a reminder, the news doesn't end here. Here's what's coming up at 7 o'clock on WCNC Plus.
And I'm here in this Chevy Storm Tracker monitoring the roads as the storm approaches, checking out incidents like this one right here, a crash right outside of Uptown. We're going to keep you posted of all the latest updates on your roads with this bad weather hitting us.
With damaging winds in the forecast, power outages are possible. Coming up, what Duke Energy says you should do before the storms arrive.
And a lot of school districts are closed this morning.
We'll tell you which districts are making changes ahead of the severe weather. Those stories and much more live, local, and breaking news coming up on WCNC Plus.
All right, good morning, everyone. Most of our area roadways are looking all right. This is I-485, but we know now that we're heading close to that 7 o'clock hour, things are going to change. Few active crashes still out there. This one here is by Providence. It's off of Providence Road and Kuykendall Road, still staying mainly green with it. Off to the north, this is Albemarle Road west of W.T. Harris Boulevard. And finally, this is on Sugar Creek Road at Equipment Drive. We'll be following all the active crashes for you today on WCNC Plus. Chris.
We might have a lot of cleanup on the way. It's very rare to have maps that look like this. Those hash lines mean a significant threat for tornadoes and damaging winds. So plain and simple, we're about to open up that window of opportunity between 8 and 2 that I think we have our highest chance for wind damage and tornadoes. We're going to be tracking it live on WCNC Plus throughout this morning, so stay with us. We're going to keep you ahead of the storm and most importantly, stay at weather alert, especially this morning into the afternoon.
All right, we hope to see it all then coming up in just about 3 minutes on WCNC Plus. streaming live right now at 7 o'clock right here on WCNC Plus. I'm Ben Thompson.
And I'm Lisa Washington. It is a weather impact alert day. Our live team coverage of severe weather continues this morning. WCNC Charlotte's Richard Devane is live on the streets in our Chevy Storm Tracker monitoring the road conditions. Destiny Richards is in West Charlotte this morning. She has some tips on preparing for this storm. We'll get to them in just a moment, but first we need to get a check of this weather impact alert forecast from meteorologist Chris Mulcahy.
All right, plain and simple, we had a line of thunderstorms to our west that formed and actually popped up a severe thunderstorm warning. So that brings us to the past. Now in the present, we have a line of showers and thunderstorms that's dumping right now here around Gastonia, Mount Holly. You probably heard a rumble of thunder here recently, east of Lincolnton. And really the worst of the rain has been right here in northern Iredell and the eastern side of Alexander County. And Alexander County around Taylorsville, you've probably had the most rain of anyone so far this morning that I've been looking at. Off towards the west, check out this line. Now, plain and simple, what you're looking at, this looks like a hobble miss. I understand. This is such a messy looking forecast because there's so many layers here. But here, let me take off the radar. See the orange boxes? Those represent, and I changed this color key to make it a little more understandable. The orange boxes mean that's a severe thunderstorm warning that has the potential to drop a tornado. What you're seeing for that little magenta box that just popped up, a little yellow box, that is a severe thunderstorm warning, and then also a tornado warning that's associated with that. And then the plain yellow that we're seeing here in the western side of the Carolinas represents just a general severe thunderstorm warning. So to simplify this, every single thunderstorm that we're going to have is going to have a threat for damaging winds. That's the baseline. But some of them might have a chance to spin up a tornado along this line. It's called a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system. So that's going to allow some little spin-ups just along these notches. So see this little notch that you're seeing down here? Something like this would be a potential a little bit later on that we could potentially have a tornado warning that pops out of it. Now, as you can see, it's well off towards the west, but we're about to open up our window of opportunity. So that's really between about 8 and 2 that we have our highest storm impacts. Doesn't mean you're not going to have storm impacts over the next hour. Doesn't mean you're not going to have them after 2. I'm just trying to let you know the times that you need to be most weather aware. As for the Charlotte area, truly, I think it's a little bit closer to the late morning that we're going to see most of the activity. So I actually had a different graphic I was showing earlier this morning that was our tornado window from about 8 a.m. until 2 p.m. I have narrowed it down really 9 to noon as I think are going to be our big arrival time, and I want to get right to it. Plain and simple, that's where you have the most twist the atmosphere, the most rotation. But check it out. Here's 8 o'clock. Here's 9 to 10 o'clock. I have seen this slow down a little bit, but you're seeing a really mean line. But any of these little kinks right here, potentially we're talking about a big polygon, so a big area yellow for a severe thunderstorm warning, but then little teeny tornado warnings as well. Being honest with you, the National Weather Service does the best that they can. However, a lot of times in this case and scenario, the damage is already done by the time the tornado warning comes out. So what you need to know is before this even arrives, wind is wind. You're either going to have straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour, or you can see wind that's twisting at 60 to 70 plus miles per hour. It just all depends. This is the perfect setup for something like this to happen, and this is what usually guarantees the most tornadoes for any sort of event. A QLCS. Once it starts to bow like this, it's really showing that we have significant winds along the front edge. Strong winds out of the southwest. Everything points towards rotation. But it's this area down towards the south that I think really starts to glom together. It's right in here that you could start to have some supercells that are embedded. A lot of bow echoes down here to the southeast. And that's where we really transition most of the energy to the southeast area, say around Monroe, right around Wadesboro, down to Chirac. That's up until about 2 o'clock. However, even though we are closing the window for the Charlotte area for a chance for storms, we still have a chance for gusty winds behind this. And when you have a saturated soil for the amount of rain that's going to fall today, you're going to constantly have gusts against some of those trees. And some of those shallow-rooted trees that we have here could easily uproot an oak. This is going to be, I think, a further continued issue and threat for falling trees through the afternoon heading into the evening. So just because the worst of the storms may be off towards the east, it doesn't mean that our severe weather and damaging winds are closed completely. Over the next 24 hours, you're going to see a passing cold front. Maybe not see it, but you're going to feel it. Check out this difference. Ugh. We have the 60s, mid to the upper 60s right now. By midnight, it feels like 26 degrees. So we go from a severe day one of the best severe setups that we've had to freezing temperatures by tomorrow. Temperatures are going to be right around that 5-degree point. So all in all, you're going to see those constant temperatures that are going to be mainly into those lower 20s, feeling like the single digits overall, and then wind chills feeling like the upper 30s right around the Charlotte area by 6 p.m. tomorrow. The cold weather that comes behind this is also a secondary story, even a chance for a little bit of snow up in the mountains. We'll have more on the snow coming up. There's just too much to unpack here for our severe weather potential, but our weather impact alert goes pretty much all day long. For the reasons I just specified, still have a chance for some of that wind damage that's going to be popping up. Freezing start tomorrow. So an AM freeze with that snow coming down the ground up in the mountains. That's why they have a winter weather advisory through tomorrow morning. 28 degrees on Wednesday with a high of 50. And then we're starting off freezing one last time on Thursday before we see a nice little comeback. The lower 40s on Friday and then right around 80 degrees Saturday and Sunday. So what a dip, what a comeback, and what a day. State weather impact alert will continue to keep you updated right here on WCNC Plus throughout the morning and over the next 2 hours. Majestic and I have you covered, covering both weather and traffic together. Majestic?
All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to take a look at what's going on across the roads right now. It's not too bad. This is going to be I-77 out near mile marker 7 out near Clanton. Remember, you can always download the WCNC Plus app. We'll send you direct notifications whether we're seeing impacts weather-wise or even traffic-wise. And with those strong storms moving through today, make sure you also know where your safe place is, just in case we do have those strong storms forming later on in the morning and afternoon. This is an active crash right here. It's out near Providence Road at Kuykendall Road. Still seeing a lot of green with it, not seeing heavy delays, but still, it's an active crash. Albemarle Road, this is west of W.T. Harris Boulevard. It's been ongoing for a while, but I will say I like to see the green around it, meaning very minor delays. Sugar Creek Road, this is one of our newer accidents this morning right there on Equipment Drive, and then that one there on W.T. Harris Boulevard and I-85 is now cleared. You can see those pockets of heavy downpours now tracking right along I-77, so if you're making that commute in and out of the Lake Norman area heading toward Charlotte, this is where we're going to start to see the roads deteriorate because of the heavy downpours and the ponding that's going to be possible. Now, if you're coming in from the south, say from areas like Rock Hill, you're all good to go still, but this is just the beginning of a very long and very active weather day. Here's some of our live cameras. These are coming in on I-77 right here in York County. No big concerns for now. We'll give you another update on what we're watching all coming up here soon. Guys.
All right, continuing our weather impact coverage right now. This morning, Governor Josh Stein urging folks to get ready. As Chris mentioned, the Charlotte area could see severe storms that could include damaging winds, large hail, possibility of tornadoes.
WCNC Charlotte's Richard Devane is live this morning inside our Chevy Storm Tracker. So, Richard, we know that we're an hour or so away from the worst part of this, but this is going to have a huge impact on the morning commute for so many people.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Lisa, good morning to you. Good morning, Ben. Good Monday morning, folks, there on the Plus. If you're planning to head into work, you might want to head in a little bit earlier to try to avoid this storm when it really starts to hit our area and cause a lot of issues. But look, the roads right now, nice and clear. That's going to change in a short order as you hear our reports. That heavy rain is going to cause some slick spots along the road. Of course, some pooling will probably occur as well. And sometimes not all the drivers follow the best advice and slow down. So if you're going to get on the roads, it's better to do so going in a little bit earlier or then waiting for that storm to pass. We're right now on I-74. We're on, not I-74, on Highway 74, heading outbound right now almost to 485. Just basically looking at the roads. Roads are clear right now. That's going to change. So the most important thing you can do this morning is to, if you get on the roads, take your time. Try to time it just watching us, paying attention to the mobile app, and not being on the roads when this storm really hits and causing that damage. Of course, later in the day, it's going to be even worse. So your morning commute might be okay. Your afternoon commute might be okay. But in between, you can see some problem areas. So be careful as you make your way out on the roads today. That's the situation right here in the Chevy Storm Tracker. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Richard, thanks. Yeah, probably about an hour or two out from the worst of it, at least here in Charlotte. And if you are just waking up with us here on WCNC Plus this morning, there are a number of things you can go ahead and do to prepare for whatever comes this morning in the next few hours. You still got some time. Emergency crews suggest having your phone charged in case of power outage, which Chris says is quite likely. Stay away from those down power lines, and if you have a generator, use it, but make sure you use it safely. Follow all the guidelines. And coming up at 7:30, WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richards is going to be live with more on how you can best prepare for this severe weather. And you know what? Emergency teams also recommend having multiple ways to get weather alerts, one of those being the WCNC Charlotte app. We'll be tracking today's severe weather all day long right here on WCNC Plus.
7:10 now. Governor Josh Stein visiting the Queen City today. The governor is expected to attend the grand opening of Citibank's Charlotte office today. Citi is investing more than $16 million in Mecklenburg County for its office. It'll be responsible for creating 500 new jobs in Charlotte. Right now, one person is behind bars after a shooting in Concord. It happened Sunday afternoon on Crowell Drive, not far from Union Street. Police tell us the one person was taken to the hospital. As of this morning, officers have not released the suspect's name. This is an active investigation. When we get more information into our newsroom, we'll be sure to pass it along. Well, this morning, one person is recovering after a stabbing in East Charlotte. It happened Saturday on Wheatley Avenue in the Greer Heights neighborhood. There is no word on what led up to the incident, nor if there are any suspects.
Right now, crews are working to find out what led to a house fire in Huntersville. It happened on Prest Woods Lane, just off Winfield Creek Parkway Sunday. We're told the fire was quickly located in the attic of the home. Investigators say smoke damaged the entire second floor. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. An investigation underway after a train collision in Richmond County. We're told two CSX trains ran into each other near Lewis Breeden Boulevard in Hamlet Saturday morning. It resulted in 18 cars and one locomotive being derailed. The locomotive lost some diesel fuel, but it was quickly contained, we're told. Thankfully, nobody was injured. The line was repaired and freight service is now back up and running as of this morning.
The chairman of the FCC is threatening local broadcasters with a sharp warning. We're going to break down what he says could happen if they don't comply. .14 now. The war in Iran enters its third week, and President Trump insists Iran has been essentially defeated militarily and wants to negotiate a deal. Iran's top diplomat, on the other hand, says his country is ready to fight on.
And with the war still raging, the Trump administration is facing a growing backlash over a rapid increase in the prices at the gas pump. NBC's Alice Barr has the latest from Washington.
As the fighting with Iran now stretches into a third week with other countries roped in, including an Iranian drone strike this morning at Dubai's busy airport pausing flights, disruptions to the global energy supply are only growing. In the U.S., oil prices hovering around $100 a barrel, pushing gas prices up more than 70 cents a gallon since the war began.
I think they're quite expensive right now, especially for $4.30, 87. That's a lot.
The Trump administration adamant it's short-term pain.
The prices are going to come tumbling down as soon as it's over, and it's going to be over pretty quickly.
Americans will feel it for a few more weeks, but at the end, we will have removed the greatest risk to global energy supplies.
President Trump calling on other countries to help police the Strait of Hormuz to get oil flowing through that critical route, putting pressure on NATO allies and pointing to U.S. help with Ukraine.
It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor, which is just keeping the strait open.
While also insisting Iran wants to negotiate to end the war.
But I don't think they're ready to do what they have to do. But I think they will be ready at some point.
Iran's foreign minister rejecting that.
No, we never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes.
Democrats arguing the war is not worth the costs.
This is doing exactly the opposite and raising the costs and the difficulty of Americans to be able to afford simple groceries and lodging and rent and energy prices.
As they press for a clear exit strategy. China is among the countries President Trump wants to help secure and unblock the Strait of Hormuz. And in an interview this weekend with the Financial Times, the president suggested he could delay his long-planned summit with China's president, set for later this month, if the Chinese don't pitch in. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
Federal Communications Commissioner Brendan Carr has issued a warning to local broadcasters over their coverage of the war in Iran. He claims some stations are spreading fake news and says they must operate in the public interest or risk losing their licenses. Carr posted the warning on social media after visiting Donald Trump at his resort in Mar-a-Lago. His threat has sparked outrage from free speech advocates and the FCC's lone Democratic commissioner, who says such threats violate the First Amendment and will go nowhere. All right, live pictures right now over Uptown just before the sun comes up. And let's be honest, you might not be able to see it because Chris standing by with a look at your weather impact forecast and what appears to be a bumpy morning ahead. Keep it right here.
it's time to connect the dots. That's when we make the news make sense. Severe storms moving through the Carolinas often leave thousands of people in the dark, but it's not always the strength of the storm that causes the problem. If it feels like storms knock out power quickly across the Carolinas, there's actually a reason for that. Let's connect the dots. Cities like Charlotte have one of the largest urban tree canopies in the country. That shade is great on hot days, but during storms, those trees can become a problem. Most power lines across the region are still above ground, meaning falling branches or uprooted trees can easily bring them down. When heavy rain softens the soil, even wind gusts around 40 or 50 miles per hour can push trees over or snap large branches. Utility crews say that combination, tall trees, saturated ground, and gusty storms, is one of the main reasons power outages are so common during severe weather in the Carolinas. And that's connecting the dots.
Well, building on what meteorologist Lisa Washington was talking about, why trees could fall. Well, whenever you have a dry ground, as we've had recently, it locks all of those roots in place. But once you start to see rain, especially over a long period of time now, this is more so if you had days of rain previously. We didn't have that. But the rain that we're going to have initially is going to be enough to loosen some of those roots. Thus, it makes them more susceptible to fall. And some of our trees, like certain oaks, only go down about 18 to 36 inches as far as our root system goes. Oftentimes when you see sometimes a tree toppled over, you can physically see the big circle of roots that it's living on. So even winds at 30 to 40 miles per hour can bring down trees. The reason why I'm saying this and building on what Lisa was talking about, that even once the worst of the severe storms move through, there could be winds anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour, this type of scenario is more likely to actually further some tree damage and also power outages for the afternoon. So keep that in mind. So the back edge of this, gusty winds could still bring down some branches that were ready to go and lead to some further additional problems. Here on our Dallas camera, one thing that I'm really seeing here is that we have a lower deck of clouds. We're about 1,500 feet up. I'm seeing some of these cloud bases that are about 1,000. That's significant because the closer you are to the ground, the easier it is for any spin up to reach the ground. So these low level clouds are really showing that, yeah, this is a good possibility. I saw a couple of big lightning strikes. Of course, it happened when I wasn't showing live on air. We'll wait a second. 1, 2, 3. Probably is happening right now though. But what we're looking at right now is this little batch of rain. So we're seeing some scattered showers. Might hear a rumble of thunder right now here in northwestern Charlotte and the northwestern side of the 485 loop. That continues to push its way further off towards the east. Meanwhile, already to our west, we have a tornado warning. This right here is only a county away once it finishes to our viewing area. So I was mentioning all morning long that we have a window of opportunity for tornadoes, and I was mainly saying from about 8 o'clock until about 2 o'clock. This big warning goes until 8:15. That one right there is showing a chance for tornadoes embedded along a strong line of thunderstorms. So our tornado window, I'm going to open it up right now. It goes until 3 o'clock for our entire viewing area, but the Charlotte area especially, closer we get to about that 9, 10 o'clock hour to around noon. We'll continue to keep you updated right here on WCNC Plus as the storm system gets closer and closer. I think we're going to have a lot to track here in at least over the next hour to hour and a half. But first, we have to see how our morning commute is looking as the rain is starting to come down.
Multiple accidents out there already. Lots of icons. Let's go over a few of them. Here we go. Off to the southwest we go. This is a newer crash. It's on I-485, the outer loop right there at Steel Creek Road. That's exit 4 specifically. Not seeing huge impacts with it quite yet, but of course I'll let you know if we do start to see those slowdowns starting to build. Up next, we're looking at Providence Road. This is just north of I-485 at Kuykendall Road. Still seeing a lot of green with it. That's always a good sign. Again, this is Albemarle Road. This crash has been ongoing for over an hour. I would suspect that it's at least pushed over to the shoulder. That's why we don't have delays building, but still something to keep in mind if you do typically drive this way out by W.T. Harris Boulevard. Sugar Creek Road at Equipment Drive, a new crash just updated, and then there is another one just off of I-85. If you're going to be coming in from the north, this is where some of those roads are going to be very wet. You can see from I-77 out towards Lake Norman, now heading over towards Kannapolis and Concord. We'll be following all this for you as that rain starts to pour down, and we'll have more traffic updates coming up here soon.
Majestic, thanks. Live pictures right now over uptown on your Monday morning. Folks, it's going to get kind of nasty out there. As you heard Chris and Majestic both allude to, we're talking possibility of severe weather, hail, you name it. Keep it right here throughout the morning, streaming on WCNC+.
Well, good morning, everyone. We have some active clouds here through our Dallas camera, and check it out. We have all of those showers and storms. So Mount Holly, you probably got a big rumble of thunder not too long ago. Now it's the northwestern side of the Mecklenburg County area, but I'm letting you know further off towards the west, we already have tornado warnings. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're getting ready for the main event to arrive. So we have some active thunderstorms now, but then behind this line, active severe thunderstorm warnings and even tornado warnings. So we're going to have a possibility for a spin-up tornado right along this line. So really, we're opening up our severe weather opportunity right now. We'll see, I think, the worst of the weather, especially when you get a straight line like this, mid to late morning. So really from about 9 to about noon. And if we can get some bowing segments, some twists and kinks along this line, that's where you could have that spin-up tornado. Really, the opportunity is until about at least 2 o'clock, but really down to the southeast, I think this could linger as late as 3 to 4 o'clock with the back edge of this system quickly moving through. Let's get over to Majestic for any issues that we might have on your morning commute.
Let's get to it. Good morning, everyone. It's going to be one of those days where you will not want to be traveling when those storms are passing through with the heavy rain and the strong gusty winds. Not a good setup. Right now, it's still quiet, but still following lots of crashes. We'll see you over on WCNC+.
Thanks for streaming live on WCNC Plus at 7:30. I'm Lisa Washington.
And I'm Ben Thompson. First up, a look at your weather impact forecast, because folks are issuing a weather impact alert for today. Chris joins us right now. And Chris, we're about to see why in the next hour or so.
Yeah, no, I'm over here at the Weather Center, just going to be driving the radar for a little bit because I really just want to show you everything that's happening off towards the west. So you're looking at multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. The orange shading, by the way, represents a severe thunderstorm warning that has a chance for a spin-up tornado. And then we physically can actually see our first tornado warning for North Carolina that is further off towards the west. So where this is located is right between Grassy Creek and Cane River. Over here, just northeast of Flat Creek. This is outside of our viewing area, but you see this little notch in the line? That's where you have the potential for a spin-up tornado that's associated with this. So I think we're going to see a lot of these on and off as we are working our way through this morning. Can't really see a lot of rotation from any of our velocity scopes that we're seeing across the area, but plain and simple, this line of showers and thunderstorms is going to continue to push its way further off towards the east. Meanwhile, we see a line of showers and storms that started to develop, and it's starting to really pick up its intensity now as we are right around that sunrise time, pushing into Mecklenburg County. So we're going to see some quick downpours starting the I-77 corridor here in just minutes, and this will continue to push its way further off towards the east. Meanwhile, I've been watching the storm system because our Dallas camera is pushed right off towards the east. Notice that little area of sunshine? We do not want to see the sun, because the sun is going to destabilize things. So if we can keep it cloudy, I think that that's great, but it's really in between these bands that it's going to be tough that we're going to be dealing with that. So it's right in between that corridor. Here, let me turn the satellite imagery on. We do see some breaks in the clouds now that is going to allow that atmosphere to really get enough juice to see this line grow as it works its way through the Charlotte area. So that's why we've been showing you some of these scary maps that are truly frightening when you look at it, because usually you don't see anything of this magnitude. The colors get closer and closer to the most extreme level as you move off towards the east. Any of the lined areas, those are called the hash marks, that's where you have a significant threat for wind gusts over 70 miles per hour. And then oftentimes, whenever you have that, that leads to the most significant widespread severe events. That's why I think there's going to be a lot of people without power today. And it's not just when the first line of thunderstorms roll through, it's also the back edge that we're going to see some on and off gusty winds that could take down some trees secondary, because of some saturated soils for the amount of rain that we are going to see. But that area in pink, that is astronomical. For our southeastern viewing area, that includes parts of Union, Stanley, Lancaster County, Chesterfield County, over into Anson and Richmond, you have the chance of a likelihood of having wind damage and some storm cleanup by tomorrow, and it's going to be much colder behind that. Meanwhile, some of our other maps are showing a very similar shading, but the hash marks are completely across the area for anything that's colored. This is our tornado threat. That means that any tornado we have could be significant, up to EF2 strength or greater. That means that any supercells can be embedded in here, and then EF2, by the way, is winds over 111 miles per hour. And the further east and southeast you go, that's where we're really expecting most of the activity. So let's get right to it for our Futurecast. Our Futurecast did a decent job about lining up that line of storms further off towards the west. It did miss that little line that's pushing past the I-77 corridor right now. But check it out. Off towards the west, we are starting to see that organization really recuperate itself over the next couple of hours. By 10 o'clock, I think this is knocking on our doorstep, right along the 321 corridor. The thing with these systems, they're really tough to plan once they start organizing themselves, because certain sections of the line can move faster than the others because the winds physically within it are driving it forward like it's being dragged by a leash. So there's also a chance that we could have some bowing segments here. The worst case scenario, this is actually picking up on this, is if along the line you have a break and one of those cells separates itself. Because at that point it can turn into a supercell, which is a rotating thunderstorm, which can produce more hail, but then also has a higher likelihood of producing a tornado, a long track tornado that could last a little bit longer. Notice the location. I was mentioning those areas down towards the south that could have the worst of the activity. At that point, you're seeing a lot of breaks here, some bowing segments as well. Once you get to about 2 o'clock, I think that we can pretty much say all clear for severe west of I-77, but there's still going to be some gusty winds. We're not fully clear from some tree damage because I think any cracked branches could further come down. Some of those shallow rooted trees, they could also topple over with as much as winds up to 40 miles per hour. And that colder wind is going to drag temperatures down and produce some snow up in the North Carolina mountains. A crazy forecast overall. Our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast has a big drop behind this system. Coming up a little bit later on, I'll talk a little bit more about the snow potential because this is too much to unpack here. But 68 degrees, we already hit that number. I think we could get back to it. That's pretty much where we're hanging out right now. But we have the mid to the upper 60s this morning. Once that rain moves in, we're getting cooler. And once the front passes, we're going to get cooler and cooler as we work our way through the day. That means by this evening, we're in the 40s. By tomorrow morning, we're at 30 degrees. Yikes. So freeze status, not 1, not 2, but 3 mornings, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning. Tuesday and Wednesday. Tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day, by the way. So yikes, at least we'll have the sunshine. Temperatures in the upper 40s with our real feel either side of 40 degrees. And then once we get it later in the week, I'm talking about really on Friday, the lower 70s are back, what we all want, and close to 80 degrees for really a picture perfect weekend. It's going to be fantastic. Majority sunshine as well. So there's only one day that stands out from all the rest, from all the rain and all the storm potential, and that's today. So we got to stay weather impact alert through this morning, heading into the afternoon, and even be weather aware throughout the afternoon where we still have a chance for falling branches and falling trees. Be careful, everybody, especially as you're going to be out driving around. We're Majestic. I think it's going to be really chaotic, a lot of accidents a little bit later on.
We're seeing some of the worst conditions already this morning north of Uptown. So this is I-77 out near Gilead. Just want to give you some context as to what we're seeing. Already seeing very wet roads. Trees are kind of shaky. The camera's shaky there, so you can see those winds are picking up. It's one of those days where you do not want to be in a rush if you're heading out the door anytime soon because of the deteriorating road conditions. And like Chris has been saying, this is kind of just the start of what's to come. Here's another perspective out towards Huntersville. Seeing those slowdowns, of course, those inbound lanes there. We're going to continue to watch what we're seeing all across the area, but as of now, it seems like the worst of it is coming in on I-77, especially north of Uptown. That's kind of that first wave there, getting ready for that secondary wave, though. Closer to Uptown, we don't have a ton of traffic. Of course, not a lot of kids are in school today, but we do have a little bit of a delay starting to build on I-85 there. Our typical delays, but we also now have a handful of ongoing issues. None of them are seriously slowing down a ton of people, but this is a minor ongoing accident. It's on Providence Road at Kuykendall once we're heading up to the north. Still following this one as well. Sugar Creek Road at Equipment Drive, starting to see some of those delays popping up in yellow there. And then just to the north, Prosperity Church Road at Mallard Creek Road. This is one of our newer wrecks. So slow it down, make sure you're driving for the conditions, and just remember the rain and the wind are already starting to pick up, but the worst of it isn't even here yet.
Majestic, thanks. Continuing our weather impact coverage this morning, emergency crews spent the weekend preparing for the worst case scenario.
Now, WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richards joins us live from West Charlotte this morning with what you can do to prepare. Destiny.
Yeah, within the last hour, we've had a couple of strong wind gusts, spurts of rain, so that storm is definitely moving in, and emergency crews have already been preparing, starting by watching the conditions, and then they'll respond once those stronger winds come in and the risk for power outages goes up. And they really want families at home to be just as prepared before the storm even arrives. So while that preparation window is closing, Duke Energy says you can really make a big difference if you prepare right now for outages that could happen later today. One of the most crucial things you can do is have multiple ways to receive weather alerts, especially if you're leaving home, through credible weather apps such as the WCNC Charlotte app, wireless emergency alerts on your phone, or an NOAA weather radio. You should also charge phones and any important electronic devices ahead of time in case power outages happen. And if the power does go out, Duke Energy says customers can report outages several different ways, including by phone, through the Duke Energy app, or online.
The very high winds, we look at trees, tree limbs possibly impacting our lines, which could cause a temporary power outage. And also understanding that once it gets to 30 miles per hour and above, it is unsafe for our crews to go up in bucket trucks in order to address any possible outages. And so, we are going to be responding as fast as we can, but of course, keeping safety in mind.
Yeah, so there's always a possibility there could be a delay in restoring power just because the crews have to be safe. And speaking of safety, you really want to make sure you avoid downed power lines. Those wires could still be live. If you're able to safely report it in your neighborhood, you can do so. But again, safety is the top priority. And if you happen to use a generator in the case of a power outage, use it outside, use it away from your home to eliminate the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. I'll send it back to you guys live here from West Charlotte.
And probably a good reminder, be patient with those linemen. They're going to be hard at work this afternoon likely. And emergency officials recommend, as Destiny alluded to, having a number of ways to get your weather alerts. That includes the WCNC Charlotte app. We'll be tracking the severe weather all morning, all day, right here on WCNC Plus.
7:40 now. CMPD sharing details on its recent speed crackdown in East Charlotte. Working with the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, police made more than 140 traffic stops, leading to more than 170 charges. The investigation targeted the area near the 6,000 block of East Independence Boulevard that's right off Idlewild Road. CMPD says it issued 120 citations for speeding during the operation.
This morning, a woman remains behind bars without bond for a kidnapping in Lincoln County. Deputies say 30-year-old Amber White left a home Friday in Denver with a child who did not belong to her. After checking security footage in nearby businesses, investigators able to track them both down to a Charlotte hotel. Thankfully, the child was safe and returned to a guardian. The South End hotspot, formerly known as Sycamore Brewing, back open following a rebrand over this weekend. Now known as Club West Brewing. You'll remember Sycamore closed its doors back in January after its former co-owner was arrested on statutory rape charges. His wife took over the company and filed for divorce, but last week we learned she won't be leading the company either. A move many say is the reason they plan to return.
I like the idea that they sold it to someone different. I think that's more comforting. Yeah, I think the whole rebrand kind of helps make it a whole new spot and new feel.
More of those changes include a Western-themed bar inside.
The NCAA tournament kicks off this week, and 7 teams from the Carolinas will be vying for a chance to cut down the nets. Queen's University will take on Purdue in its first ever trip to the Big Dance. Tip-off is just after 7:30 Friday night in St. Louis. High Point dancing for the second straight year. The Panthers looking to be the latest 12-5 upset when they take over Wisconsin. And NC State must play into the field of 64 starting in the first 4. Clemson faces Iowa in an 8-9 matchup, and Furman faces Connecticut. Carolina draws a 6th seed and will face VCU in Greenville. Now joining them there are the Duke Blue Devils, the #1 overall seed for the 16th time in program history. For the 6th straight year, South Carolina is a 1 seed in the women's tournament. They'll host first and second round games at home this weekend. The Gamecocks will play the winner of the Southern Samford game. UNC, NC State, Clemson, Duke, High Point, and Charleston are all in as well. And of course, we'll be covering all that action right here on WCNC Plus as it unfolds this week. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
7:45 right now on WCNC Plus, and some breaking news just into the WCNC newsroom. In the last few minutes, we've learned Charlotte Douglas has issued a ground stop because of that bad weather in our area. As of now, select flights from 7, so 45 minutes ago, all the way up until at least 8:30 have been grounded, affecting a lot of Monday morning travelers so far. We know at this point 170 flights have been canceled. 47 have been delayed. If you've been with us all morning, you know some serious storms headed in our direction in the next couple of hours. We'll continue to keep you updated on the situation there at Charlotte Douglas, which I imagine will probably be an evolving situation as we go throughout the day. In the meantime, a major storm hitting Hawaii hard over the weekend. Heavy rain, strong winds caused road closures, power outages, wastewater issues, and a whole lot of damage. The storm moved north last night, but continued bringing heavy rain and tropical moisture. Flood watches remain in effect. A high wind warning also in place today. On Oahu's North Shore, farms have been underwater for days, leaving animals, like you see right here, and supplies as well, stranded. Farmers have been working tirelessly using paddle boards to rescue goods and, yes, their livestock, like the horse you see right there. After days of flooding, there were moments of relief as those horses and even puppies were finally saved. Despite the losses, neighbors and community members have stepped in to help offer their support for the puppies and the horses and their neighbors.
We stayed up all the way, and we just was going back and forth to comfort them in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock a.m. while it's pouring rain last night. I don't think they would have lasted tonight, honestly. So the cold, rain, the water, literally, it's like 5-6 feet underwater.
Now farmers waiting for the rain to finally stop and the land to dry before they can start repairs, counting their losses in the tens of thousands of dollars, but grateful for the help of all those neighbors.
Glad they survived. A massive storm system is sweeping across the eastern U.S., unleashing that severe weather with damaging winds and heavy snow. And like us, more than 100 million people in the eastern half of the country facing a significant severe thunderstorm and tornado risk. Reed Binion reports.
Just trying to keep up with the snow and coming out every couple hours to keep up on it.
The Midwest and Great Lakes slammed with heavy snow over the weekend.
I couldn't see because my glasses had all filled with ice and snow.
More than a foot of snow buried parts of central Wisconsin and southern Minnesota by Sunday morning.
We did have probably 3 to 4 snowplows slide off the road.
On top of extremely heavy snowfall hitting millions in the north central U.S., powerful winds whipping it up to create dangerous whiteouts in some areas.
We actually ended up lost because we couldn't see one of the road signs.
The punishing winter weather making for extremely hazardous driving conditions.
It's terrible. I would absolutely not be out driving if I didn't have to be. If you don't have a 4x4, I wouldn't leave at all.
Strong winds creating hazardous road conditions much farther south as well. Video out of Texas showing multiple vehicles wrecked, including a pickup truck crashed under a semi after strong winds whipped up dust, leading to what the National Weather Service warned would be near zero visibility. While blizzard warnings continue into Monday for some in the Midwest, the severe weather is also pushing east, with millions of people facing an increasingly severe thunderstorm and tornado risk. I'm Reed Binion reporting.
And speaking of, we now have some huge severe thunderstorm warnings that are impacting part of our area. Avery, Caldwell, Burke, Cleveland. Those 3 counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings until either 8:30 or 8:45. It's flying though. We're going to talk about the threats, the timing, the warnings, what you need to do to stay weather alert, weather aware through this morning heading into the afternoon. I'll see you soon. All right, boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. Okay, first, let's start with the storms that we have right now. The storms that are pushing through are significant. And right now, we are dealing with a much bigger situation off towards the west. But these little guys are still putting some decent downpours. Seeing a lot of thunder and lightning associated with this. We've been watching that through several of our cameras. Here in our Dallas camera, we physically have our head in the clouds, so not much is actually going on here. But check it out. We can actually see those darker clouds over here in Kannapolis. I swung things down to the southwest, keeping an eye on some of those cells. And then also a little bit closer to this, you can also see here on our Kannapolis camera, see that little burst of rain? See that little dark, it's actually called a rain shaft there on our Mr. Sparky Carolina camera network. But really the big event is not what you're seeing right now. It looks mean. The skies are dark. You could have some lightning, but it's this system further off towards the west. So I'm going to continue to show you your future cast because that's what you need to know. It's this line that we're keeping a really close eye on. And truly, the future cast, I think, has been a little bit behind because it was right on track and all of a sudden it's trying to slow things down. I don't think that's the case in scenario because that severe thunderstorm warning is going to expire around 8:30 and 8:45. So that means the 9 to 10 o'clock hour, it's likely going to be pushing into Lincoln County, Catawba County, Gaston County. So it's still going to be the same window that we've been mentioning, really from about, I would say, 9 to noon. That's our best potential for a potential spin up right along this line. Now, once it pushes its way off towards the east, we linger down here to the southeast. So if you're living even here in Matthews over to Monroe, you have a higher chance for storms into the early afternoon than, say, to the northwest around Gastonia. Still, stronger winds are potentially going to bring down some trees throughout the day. So that's one thing to really factor in. So here are a look at severe thunderstorm warnings that we have actively until 8:30 here to the north and 8:45, and that's where you can expect more like 8:30, 8:45, stronger storms to push into the Cleveland County area. Doing a quick little measurement tool I have here, about 8:13 around Morganton. You have Sawmills around 8:23, and then Hickory about 8:35. Stay weather alert, everyone. The window of opportunity officially is open. All right, let's get right over to Majestic, where I think some of those rain bursts definitely caused some issues.
Yeah, especially up north, we were seeing some of that heavy rain passing right through Lake Norman, I-77, heading over towards the I-85 corridor. Right now, a new accident just reported. It's out here in Gaston County. This is I-85 southbound, right before exit 17. It is backed up to Cox Road. That's exit 21. We're starting to see those delays build, and that's in addition to our already busy watch spot this time of the day, I-85 heading inbound. Another thing to know is that this is still ongoing and not cleared yet, where we do have some rain coming down Sugar Creek Road at Equipment Drive. We'll have another check on weather and traffic coming up soon.
Today in women's history, we celebrate Autumn Durald Arkapaw, who made history last night by becoming the first Black cinematographer to win an Academy Award. She took home the Oscar for her work on the movie Sinners. During her acceptance speech, Arkapaw asked all the women in the room to stand, saying, "I don't get here without you." Her win also marked a historic milestone in filmmaking as she became the first woman to shoot a feature entirely in IMAX 65 millimeters. Okay, those of you who do that know what that means and just how impressive that is. Congratulations to her. All right, 7:55 now, time for us to take a quick break, but keep it right here, streaming live on WCNC Plus. It's a weather impact alert day. Be careful if you have to make your way out this morning.
All right, we got some stormy skies and even some a little blue sky trying to squeak on through. So here's the deal. We have a cluster of a few weaker storms that are now pushing east. So some of us over in Cabarrus County seeing a big downpour. We already saw it in northern Mecklenburg and just south of Uptown that we saw some of the heaviest rain. But it's this line that's quickly moving in. That's why we have severe thunderstorm warnings active for you in Avery County, Caldwell and Burke. Also, most of Cleveland County, and that's from 8:30 to 8:45. Keep that in mind. General storm timing, I think the worst of the worst really is arrives anywhere from between about 9 and noon. Lingering heavier storms still down to the southeast. Keep that in mind. Stay weather alert heading into the afternoon. Much colder by tomorrow, though. All right, Majestic, what are some traffic problems people need to know about?
Some of the roads are really wet already this morning. I-77 out near Gilead showing you just that. Wet roads, gusty winds, and we are just getting started. Here's a look at one of my traffic maps. Want to show you perspective on a new crash that was reported about 5 minutes ago. Harris Boulevard at Steedsfield Road. It is backed up to I-77. Delays are slowly starting to build. And then out here in Gaston County, I-85 southbound right before exit 17, we are seeing delays through exit 21. Join us over on WCNC Plus.
Streaming live right now at 8 a.m. right here on WCNC Plus. I'm Ben Thompson.
And I'm Lisa Washington. Our live team coverage of severe weather continues this morning. WCNC Charlotte's Richard Devane is live in our Chevy Storm Tracker. He is monitoring the road conditions this morning. Meanwhile, Destiny Richards is in West Charlotte with some tips to help you prepare for this storm. Now, we'll get to the two of them soon. First, though, we need to get a check of our forecast. Majestic is also here monitoring the morning commute. But we start with Chris to find out the latest.
Okay, here's what's going on right now. Number one, this is one of the most colorful storm maps that we've had since March 2021. That's the last time that we had this area right here, where it represents tier 4 of 5 for the Storm Prediction Center, showing a chance for widespread severe storms. Now, yesterday, this line of storms produced over 300 wind damage reports. I think that we're going to be in the hundreds again, but this time the Carolinas are going to be impacted. But what's crazy about this is you also have these hash lines here representing that we have so much twist to the atmosphere, the potential of a tornado could be significant. So any tornado that happens could be the strength of up to EF1 to EF2, which is getting to the threshold enough to lift a car. That's what I'm talking about. Along this line, it's going to be especially significant, especially southeast of Charlotte, but the main event here is going to be definitely the damaging winds. I've kept the tornado window open until about now, until 3 o'clock, but the Charlotte area, I think it's really between about 9 and noon. Right now, the severe thunderstorm warnings that are on the map are mainly just for damaging winds. I'm not really seeing the twists and kinks that typically lead to a spin-up tornado, but of course, we're going to let you know ASAP here on WCNC Plus once we start to see those changes. The wind damaging risk threats continue to exponentially increase as we get close to the afternoon. If this were to slow down any, then we would have a much higher chance for those stronger winds, as you're going to see for some of our friends off towards the east. But if you're watching from Monroe to Wadesboro down to Lancaster, you have a much better environment that once you get to the hour of noon, really everything is really going to hit the fan. Our severe thunderstorm watch goes all the way until 11 o'clock. Now soon these are going to be extended a little bit further off towards the east. As you notice, down towards the south, we also have a couple of red markings. That is a tornado watch for just one county. That's Chesterfield County. That could be extended up into Anson and Richmond, maybe even Stanley County once Raleigh is going to officially activate their warnings. So here it is. We officially have another line of severe thunderstorms that are now working our way into our viewing area. So I'm going to pause this here. We see a line of gusty winds now pushing past Banner Elk. So you've already pretty much seen the worst. The back edge of this, you are going to see some gusty winds still behind this, and that's eventually going to change over to snow for you. But now past Pinola over to Globe, you're going to see this one little band push off towards the east at about 55 miles per hour. Meanwhile, Morganton, you're going to be very close to this potentially pushing through. Linville, right now it's absolutely pouring over you. That is heading your way. So doing a quick little measurement tool over the coming minutes, over the next 37 minutes. Morganton, you're really expecting this, I would say, over the next 10 to 15. So just get ready that you're going to have some really gusty winds. This is of the lower threshold to up to about 60 mile per hour gusts. Valdez about 825 and Eichard about 831. Elsewhere down towards the south, see these orange boxes? These actually represent severe thunderstorm warnings that potentially could have a tornado wrapped in. What makes this so dangerous is oftentimes once a tornado warning is issued, well, you might have already had the worst of the worst. So that's why they do this in advance, saying, hey, this line of thunderstorms could have little pockets of so much heavier winds, because an EF0 is 65 to 85 miles per hour. A majority of this will be winds up to 60, maybe 70 miles per hour for the maximum. But this line extends all the way down towards the south, as we're already seeing active severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado tags and one active tornado warning as well. As for that little line that we see pushing past the area, that is not going to be a big deal. That's just rain, but we'll continue to keep an eye on these storm systems further off towards the west. The one that's in Cleveland County, down towards the south, this one right here, that officially is going to end around 8:45. The one to the north is at 8:30. And what this shows, since it's moving off towards the east at about 55 miles per hour, realistically, it's going to be closer to the Charlotte area sooner than you think. So most likely to end the morning. So this is the time to be weather alert, weather aware, because now we're only a couple of hours away from the worst of the weather to push past the Charlotte area, with a lot more rain and gusty winds potentially bringing trees down behind this system. But as you know, we have the power of two meteorologists here. So Majestic's taking off her traffic hat, putting on her weather hat, showing us the timing of the storm system.
Let's get to it, because really all the ingredients are coming into place really well. We have the warm temperatures, we have the humidity, and now the moisture is pushing through. 67 right now here in Charlotte, 68 there in Lancaster. You can see throughout the day today how those rain chances, they're really going to increase by mid-morning, early afternoon. I think that's really when we'll be in the thick of things, when that line pushes through, because remember, we're mainly concerned about that strong line that will provide us the opportunity for multiple severe storms. Once that front pushes through, temperatures will drop throughout the rest of the day, but look at how ominous these clouds are. This is out there at Charlotte Motor Speedway, where the ground is already wet. Ton of cloud coverage. Of course, we're going to continue to watch to see if we see any sunshine, because on severe weather days, that's the last thing that you want. That helps to really amplify the atmosphere, giving those storms potentially more energy. Live camera look, this is coming in on I-77 out near Gilead, where we've already seen very wet conditions. But let's track this for you. So Chris talked about what's happening right now. Let's talk about what our radar could look like in the future. So there's my clock, 10 o'clock, mid-morning. This is when that line really starts firing up. It's going to be a line that provides us very strong damaging winds. Remember, that's our number one concern. So before you head out the door today, if you have anything outside that might blow away or get damaged, It's time to get outside, bring it indoors, make sure it's secure, all tucked away. We'll be watching for those strong winds and very heavy downpour rain. That kind of rain where if you're traveling, it even makes it hard to see at times, in addition to possible flooding on those roads because of how intense this rain will be coming down. Now, 11 o'clock this morning, you can see those little areas shaded in purple. That's passing right through Mecklenburg County, right along I-77. Really, I think this is right around when we'll see the worst of it. Once we press through noon, still ongoing, but by about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we're not done with the active weather, but that line that's very defined, it starts to break apart and disorganize. So we'll still have a lot of active weather, a lot of rain, but that severe weather threat overall will weaken as the cooler air back behind it starts to push through as well. So we're getting you ready for it. Back behind that front, another part of the weather story is how cold it's going to be. Overnight tonight, temperatures drop down into the teens for our mountain friends, 20s and 30s for the rest of us. That means winter weather alerts also issued by the National Weather Service. So one of those days where we're not just dealing with strong to severe storms and the severe weather potential for strong damaging winds and even a few tornadoes, but then in the mountains, we'll start to tap into that cooler air sooner, as soon as this afternoon and into tonight, that snow will start to fall. In addition, remember, it's cold, but those winds start to spike up. Those northwesterly winds back behind that really strong front, that's going to make it feel incredibly cold by tomorrow morning. So remember, we started off with a look at where our temperatures are right now, nearly 70 degrees for many of us, but then heading out the door on Tuesday, it's going to feel like we're in the low 20s, 23 degrees in Charlotte, into the single digits up in the mountains, 5 degrees in Boone, 3 there in Jefferson, and those wind chills are going to be playing a big role in our weather forecast. Bottom line, stay close to the WCNC weather team. Always remember, if you haven't already, you can download the WCNC Plus app. We'll be here covering this storm for you all throughout the morning and into the afternoon. Multiple meteorologists here, and we can send you a push notification straight to your phone to let you know what we're watching when it comes to roads, what we're watching when it comes to the weather, and most importantly, we'll let you know if a tornado warning gets issued. It's also a good idea that you know where your safe place is, you and your family. Remember, that's going to be the most interior part of your house, an area that does not have windows in there. So sometimes it's a small room, it's a bathroom, it's a pantry. Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast looks like this. So 68 degrees around our high temperature, but temperatures will continue to drop. It's one of those days where you really feel that cold front push through. You'll feel those winds ramp up. You'll see that heavy rain. You'll hear those strong storms, and then behind it, the weather story changes from severe weather to really cold temperatures. Upper 20s, low 30s heading out the door tomorrow. Beautiful day though, 48 degrees for our St. Patrick's Day. Remember, if you're in the mountains, you have winter weather alerts going into place. So snow will start falling today, and it will accumulate as we're heading into the late evening hours as well. Wednesday, another chilly start to the day, 28 degrees out the door, 50 by the afternoon, and then we will gradually start to warm up with 70s by Friday. Lots going on today. Also, in a reminder, if you have any outdoor pets, we're talking about very strong winds and a lot of rain that moves in today, so make sure they're properly taken care of, and we'll be covering this for you right here on WCNC Plus all throughout the day, guys.
All right, continuing our weather impact coverage now this morning, Governor Josh Stein urging folks to get ready. As Chris mentioned, the Charlotte area could see severe storms, damaging winds, hail, even the possibility of tornadoes.
WCNC Charlotte's Richard Devane continues our live team coverage this morning. He is live inside our Chevy storm tracker. So, Richard, this is going to have a huge impact on the morning commute for a lot of people. Tell us where you are now, what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're right on 74. Good morning to you, Lisa. Good morning, Ben. We're on inbound 74. You take a look at what's happening here in Union County. You can see that the roads are pretty clear. Let me roll up this window so you can hear a little bit better. Basically, the roads look good now, but as you said, this is going to be an issue when these rains come in, especially those rains with those heavy winds in the afternoon, or later on, I should say. That's going to cause a problem for anybody driving. Of course, whenever you take to the roads, you've got that rain out there. Be prepared for areas that could be pooling. You'll see a lot of pooling and ponding along the sides of the roads. The roads will be slicker as that rain first starts to come down, and that's going to cause some conditions that are going to be not favorable. So you're going to have to slow down, take your time. If you can avoid that window of the most significant rain when it's coming down, that would be a good idea. also. Now, as we get later in the afternoon, of course, we'll be having other concerns about what that damage or what those weather conditions will play on overall conditions, not just on the roads, but back at homes with power lines possibly going down and things of that nature. So you're going to have to be very careful this morning as you take to the roads. Right now, as you can see on 74 and every place we've been, the roads are clean now, they're clear now, but when that rain starts falling, it's going to cause some issues. So we want everyone to be safe out there. We'll keep you updated throughout all of our platforms so that we can keep you safe going and coming. We're in the Chevy Storm Tracker right here in Union County. This is Richard Devane. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Richard, thanks. Keep us posted. And if you're just now waking up with us, we do know those storms are now rolling into the foothills even as we speak. Charlotte in the next hour or so. So there are a few things you can do ahead in advance. Emergency crews suggest make sure go ahead and charge your phone for the next hour or two. Stay away from down power lines if it happens in your neighborhood. And if you have a generator, use it, but make sure you follow all safety guidelines. Coming up in about 20 minutes, WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richards is going to join us live with more on how you can best prepare for severe weather like this. And you know, rescue teams, emergency teams always say you want to have multiple ways of getting weather alerts, and WCNC Charlotte is one of them. We'll be tracking the weather all day long right here, streaming on WCNC+.
8:12 now. Governor Stein is visiting Charlotte today. He is expected to attend the grand opening of Citibank's Charlotte office. Citi is investing more than $16 million in Mecklenburg County for its office facility. It'll be responsible for creating 500 new jobs in Charlotte. Right now, one person is behind bars after a shooting in Concord. It happened Sunday afternoon on Crowell Drive, not far from Union Street. Police tell us one person was taken to the hospital. As of this morning, police have not released the suspect's name. This is an active investigation. When we get more information into our newsroom, we'll be sure to pass it along.
Right now, crews working to find out what led up to a house fire in Huntersville. It happened on Prestwoods Lane, just off of Winfield Creek Parkway on Sunday. We're told the fire was quickly located in the attic. Investigators say smoke damaged the entire second floor. Thankfully, there were no injuries. An investigation now underway this morning after a train collision in Richmond County. We're told two CSX trains ran into each other near Lewis Breeden Boulevard in Hamlet Saturday morning. It resulted in 18 of those train cars and one locomotive being derailed. The locomotive lost some diesel fuel, but we're told it was quickly contained. No serious injuries. The line was repaired and freight service is back up and running as of this morning. And as we had to break right now, here's an exclusive shopping deal for our viewers.
Hey everybody, here at ShopTVDeals.com, we love to bring you products that actually are going to make your life easier and keep you safe. We've all been there, right? You're rushing out of the house in the morning, get to the car, boom, dead battery. Nothing worse than that because you have to depend on the kindness of strangers to get a jump start or wait for the tow guy and pay him a lot of money. Why would you go through all that when you can just use this? Let me introduce you to the Miro Ultra Safe Jump Starter. It's the size of a palm of my hand. Why would you deal with these long cables when this will do the same thing more safely for you, just like this? You basically charge it just like a cell phone. Then you see this flap here with the car on it. You lift it up and then you plug in these much smaller cables like this into the device and you are ready to jumpstart your own battery. What I love about this too, safety features. You see this red and this green light here. When you're doing it right, it will flash just green. And if you do it wrong, you'll know it immediately. Red light and that beep. So you'll know when you're making a mistake, no risk of shocks, no risk of sparks. This really does keep you safe on the road. And the features don't stop there. Check it out. This also acts as a power bank, multiple chargers to charge your devices there and a flashlight. So if you're stuck in the dark on the side of the road with a low battery in your cell phone, this jump starter has you covered in more than one way. We have a great deal for you here, 25% off, $59.99. That's a lot less than what it costs for the tow guy to come out. Scan that QR code or go to ShopTVDeals.com.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy. So here on your screen, we have our first tornado warning of the morning for our area at least. So what we're looking at right now is an active tornado warning that just came down a couple of minutes ago. And this is going to impact parts of southern Cleveland County initially. What we're looking at right now is initially just a line of severe thunderstorms that would have a chance for a spin-up tornado. So here, let's navigate through all the wreckage here. So this tornado warning officially is going to go until about 9 o'clock. So that's going to be impacting the southern parts of, I would say, Shelby, Boiling Springs here in southern Cleveland County. And it's all because of this line right here. Now, what you're actually seeing is a surrounding nature of all these little orange watch boxes. That is representing that we have warnings that could potentially produce a tornado. But the one was seeing a little bit more significant right down here near Spartanburg. So this is cruising. I'm talking about moving off towards the east at about 45 miles per hour. You're expecting tree damage, power line damage. And as of right now, we're not seeing any active reports of anything happening from this, but this is really just getting going. Welcome to probably our first tornado warning of many throughout this morning. So we're going to keep you on air as this gets a little bit closer. Now, here's the problem. The main bulk of this tornado warning is not technically in our viewing areas. That brings about 9 o'clock. So we're still about an hour and a half away before we're going to see the worst of the weather reach the Charlotte area. But looking at the general timing here, I'll bring up our velocity scope to see where we're seeing the worst of the worst weather. It's going to be right in here that we're starting to see a little bit of rotation here. So that's going to be right in this little area that potentially could have a little bit of a spin up. So it's a little bit tough to see here on the Doppler radar, but our tornado warning goes until 9 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to go through Spartanburg until 9:15, all along this potential line. So here you go, bringing it back. This is also going to be a line that will continue to be with us through the middle of this morning. And I think the biggest issue here is that most likely, if there's going to be a spin-up tornado along this line, it's going to be in between all of the different bands. So that spin-up tornado might have already happened, but it can re-happen all along the different little kinks. So it's this little kink that you're seeing here right along 321, right here around Mayo. Down here to the south, just south of Spartanburg, we're seeing a little bit of kink in the radar that likely can continue to push its way off towards the east. So anyone that lives in southern Cleveland County, here's going to be your general timing that we're going to see this line push through. It is cruising at about 45 miles per hour. We'll see certain parts around Gaffney about 835, Blacksburg about 842. And since this is pushing off towards the east, now we're talking about York County territory right around Grover. This is the reason why kids are not in school today, because of this potential. And it's only getting worse the further we're pushing off towards the east. As we continue through this morning, I wanted to show you live what our Futurecast is going to do associated with this system. It's going to be quickly in, but it's not going to be quickly out. Instead, we're going to see this stick around for quite some time. So that's the reason why we have a severe thunderstorm watch that goes all the way until about 11 a.m. But as you notice, there's also a couple of red icons that's representing a tornado watch. But clearly, a severe thunderstorm watch also indicates that you're going to have a chance for tornadoes. I thought it was a little curious by the National Weather Service that we weren't put under the tornado watch because of very much just this. So let's bring up our Futurecast showing what you can expect for the rest of today. So our Futurecast in general has been a little bit behind the 8 ball, but what it's picking up on is that you're going to see the main line of storms push through a little bit later on, I would say about mid to late morning. What I've been calling for the main window of opportunity for our tornado warning is really now until about 3 p.m. across the area, but it's 9 a.m. until noon for the most part for the greater Charlotte area. So we're almost about to open up that window. Even though you're still seeing it well off towards the west, I think this is going to pick up to as much as 55 to 60 miles per hour for its forward movement. Also, the winds are going to be quite gusty along this system. I think we're going to have the worst of the winds between this window as well, really between about 9 a.m. and about noon. And then the back side of this system, you can see a lot of gusty winds closer to Salisbury. And then the further east you go, that's where we're seeing the most tumultuous part of this storm. That's a clear reason why we have this outlook that's shaded in that darker red area. The last time that we had that, that's a level 4 of 5, here in the Carolinas was March of 2021. So this isn't just a now situation. This is really throughout this morning, heading into the afternoon, that we're going to have the worst of the worst weather. All right, so let's get right to your future cast. What exactly is this going to do? I just did some grid adjustments because I wanted to change the timing that we're dealing with. The active storm that just promoted that tornado warning just outside of our viewing area is going to push, I think, the main line heading into around Cleveland County. Let's say closer to about 8:45 to 9. At that point, I think it's going to cruise. At this point, you're going to start to see some little bows right along the line, close to about the Charlotte area, and then closer to Statesville. That's where you could see another pulse of some of that heavier rain as well. So the I-77 corridor is going to be most impacted between about 10, 11 to about noon. Notice this little bowing that you're seeing by about 11 o'clock. Once that clears off towards the east, I think it has the prime time conditions that it's going to start to really thrive. And closer to the early afternoon, notice all that activity southeast of Charlotte. It's right through there, through Monroe, Wadesboro, over to Lancaster, that we have most of the activity. But it's the back side of this that you're still going to have a chance for some of that wind damage as well. So you got to stay weather alert throughout the day, but really the worst of the worst is coming through right now. So it's not just me. We also have Majestic Storm here in house as well. We've been talking about it all morning, the chance for a tornado, the chance for damaging winds, and now I think this is going to be the first tornado warning of many so far.
I'm seeing it too. I mean, the ingredients are almost perfectly in place. We've been talking about how storms like the warmth, they like the humidity, they like the moisture, and that's exactly all coming together. Heading out this morning, I mean, 67 degrees here in Charlotte, seeing warmer temperatures out there towards Rock Hill as well. Throughout the day, we need you to stay weather alert. We will be watching everything for you. We'll have multiple meteorologists here in the studio tracking everything for you. But notice as we head through about 10, 11, 12 o'clock, this does become a bit more widespread as it passes through the Mecklenburg County area. Some of those storms, yes, they will have the ability to turn strong to severe, just like what we are seeing. And while our number one concern is still those very strong damaging winds, those tornadoes are not out of the question. And it's not just a small tornado. We have the risk for an EF2 or greater for a large majority of our viewing area. We had that line pass through this morning, and now we're getting ready for really the bulk of things to start really getting intense. So right now, I would say if you have things outside that might blow away or get damaged, now's the time to get outside. Make sure your property is all good to go. Make sure you and your family also know where your safe place is, because now that we're starting to see tornado warnings being issued, you need to know where that is. Remember, it's in your house, the most interior part of your house, and without windows. You don't want to be close to windows. Sometimes that even takes going into the closet or the bathroom until that tornado warning is absolutely canceled. Here's Futurecast still showing you about 10 o'clock. So we're already seeing that active weather out there. If you don't have to be driving today, I would say really 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way up until the early afternoon hours. Truthfully, nobody wants to be caught in this, because not only will it be stormy, but that rain is going to be coming down so intensely that it reduces down visibility, and then flooding is another part of the weather story there. As 11 o'clock rolls around, still seeing that line, it's still there, and this is multiple waves still passing through. Chris and I have been talking, and after about 2, 3 o'clock, we're looking at the risk for severe storms to die down. But even though the severe weather threat comes to an end, then it still doesn't mean that we're clear when it comes to that active weather. We still have that widespread rain on the way, still holding on to gusty winds. There's even 4 o'clock this afternoon. So across the board, this is just starting, and it seems like things are going to worsen. Chris.
A lot, Majestic. All right, so not on top of the tornado warning that we were just talking about, we also have an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning that also has a tornado tag. So I think this is going to be pretty much the nature of the game. The severe weather window has already opened up. So it would be about this time here on WCNC Charlotte that we would be doing what we call a cut-in in between the Today Show. Well, we're going to ride this out until we're no longer under a tornado warning. We're also going to be following this all morning long here on WCNC+. So what you're looking at right here is a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are watching from Caldwell, Burke County, now we have Catawba County, that would include Hickory up to Alexander County. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that is now going to extend really for the end of the hour that we have here. And this is just showing about how fast this system is moving. So the most recent update from the National Weather Service, that really strong front edge is pushing east at about 30 miles per hour. So it's actually slowed down a little bit. Now I think we're actually starting to see is the southern part of this starting to pick up its pace a little bit, that we can actually see a little bit of a bowing segment here, where I was tracking some of the winds associated with this, and you can really start to see them picking up right here around, there it is, Forest City. So that little bright yellow edge is showing the potential for wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. So this is now literally just on the edge of Cleveland County. So if you're watching from Boiling Springs, right around Lattimore, this is literally going to be, I think, in and out likely in the next, I would say, 10 to 20 minutes that you're going to have the worst weather that starts to move in. This tornado warning is also a really tall one as well. So that also indicates that anywhere along this line, you could potentially start to have some of those line segments that are starting to spin up. So I'm not physically actually able to see any different little spots that you could have the tornado, but right here around Gaffney, it's right in this little notch here, you potentially could have a little bit of a circulation there. We're picking that one up there. Down towards the south, this is why it's so big. Also down near here, Whitestone, you could have a little notch here in the action. That's going to allow for a spin-up tornado. So really just treat this as a line of strong winds. Really, wind is wind. If it's a severe thunderstorm, it could produce winds at 60 to 70 miles per hour. A weak low-end tornado is still 65 to 85 miles per hour. And this line, you can see that frontal edge. You can actually see a little bit of a bow out here too. So oftentimes here on the bookends, that's where you could start to see a little bit of an issue. And we were mentioning about how fast this moves. Look at this. We already can start to see right around Boiling Springs. So if you are watching from Boiling Springs, I'd move to the most interior part of your house, because now I'm starting to see a little bit of a notch here in the action. It would likely be right here that you see in some of the gustiest winds. So I bet you those branches are really starting to sway here around Boiling Springs. But if you notice off towards the west, we have a little bit of discoloration. Nothing that's really indicative of a direct tornado that we're seeing here in the area, but heavier rain and active lightning as well. Also further down to the edge of this, right around Gaffney, I think there's going to be a strong signature that potentially is going to start to notch up here. So anywhere along this line, you have a chance for gusty winds up to over 60 miles per hour. I think hail is really going to be more of a tertiary issue, so nothing that you really have to worry about along this line. But it doesn't matter, because a wind that is straight or a wind that is rotating can do the exact same impact and the exact same damage. Also, as we start to open up the skies a little bit more, it's going to be more so a problem. So I've actually been watching here around Kannapolis. It's tough to see it right now, but we had an active storm system roll through. That was a smaller little thunderstorm. But now that we're starting to open up the skies, this is one thing I always teach people. Sunshine is great, except when it comes before a line of severe storms. Because what this is actively doing, it might look great. Oh, look at this, calm after the storm. No, this is actually the calm before the storm. The winds are already pretty blustery anyways, but we're going to continue to see sunshine over the next hour. So as this system is getting closer and closer to us, it's going to pick up strength, and it's also going to have a better chance for a tornado as well. If you're just joining me, I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy, and we've been tracking this active system that isn't just a tornado warning, but also a severe thunderstorm warning that stretches all the way up into Watauga County, down through Cleveland County. And I'm now starting to see this Majestic starting to move up to about 50 miles per hour, but it's all these different little kinks that we're seeing here along the line that is especially troublesome. So even though you just have one tornado warning that's active here, it's a really tall one as well, I still want to keep an eye on northern Cleveland County as well, moving into Bellwood, that we could have a quick little spin up along those lines. So really anything goes. Treat this as a severe thunderstorm, but then also treat it as a tornado warning as well, up and down this entire storm system.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping up to date with what the National Weather Service is saying too, as they're also tracking this. So it seems like just a severe thunderstorm, it is capable of producing that rotation like we have been watching and what we have been looking for right now around 8 miles north of Gaffney. With that being said, it's more than just the rotation, but I think the biggest focus, what Chris has been saying, is the wind. It doesn't really matter if it does have that rotation or not, because we're working with such a powerful cold front that extends not just across the Carolinas, but well south of us. And we like to see what that history has before it even gets to us. And so now seeing multiple severe thunderstorm warnings extending down across Georgia, Georgia up through South and North Carolina. Again, we're watching that a tornado warning that has been issued. If you're just waking up and joining us, that is going to be the biggest problem right now. You can see as it's heading close to I-85 there. This is not just some rotation indicated by radar, but we're also seeing just very strong winds as that line is pushing through. Strong straight line winds, which are alone very, very dangerous and damaging. So if you're in this area specifically, now is the time to make sure you're not outside looking at the sky, watching the storm, that you are safely indoors. Make sure you're at a lower part of your house and at a place where there's not windows nearby, because those winds are really starting to whip. Not just that, but also heavy downpour rain. This is just the start of what's coming up next. And Chris, I think this is just a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued north of that. So north of Shelby, heading over there towards Gastonia now, right along I-85. So it seems like it's just trending that one thing is building off of the next, like we saw just to the south of us. So right now, this tornado warning, but up next, we're watching the severe thunderstorm warning. Wouldn't be surprised if this is a pattern over several hours.
Yeah, and this is racing too. So many times you can often see that this is going to get exponentially faster as we continue to see, because physically what's happening is you have the internal winds that are dragging it forward, and that's oftentimes where you can have those little bows, but it's on the bookends. It's the top and bottom of those little bows that oftentimes you can have some of those spin ups. So here's what Majestic was talking about. Now we include Lincoln County and also a majority of Gaston County as well. So that brand new severe thunderstorm warning is going to extend into the 9 o'clock hour. Same thing goes. A chance for some of those gusty winds up and over about 60 miles per hour. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until about 9:30. So Gastonia, just letting you know, this is just a general severe thunderstorm warning. But I still want you to treat it as a chance for a spin-up tornado. These happen all the time. That sometimes a tornado warning isn't really just after the fact because it already happened. So I want anyone that's going to be in line of this, because look at the time that we've been doing this. We're already pushing this into Shelby. So double shoals. If you're watching from there, you're now going to see some of the gustiest winds that you're going to see for the day. Right around Bellwood, I would say that now you're starting to see some rotation there. Look at how close it is to you. I would get to your safe place right around Bellwood, even though you're just outside of the tornado warning, but more so right around the Shelby area. If you live in the greater Shelby area down to Patterson Springs, right here along Interstate 40, that's where the winds are drastically starting to pick up. And you're also going to have the indication that we could have a little bit of a spin up as well. I'm still not really seeing any definitive rotation here as of yet, but I definitely think that it could happen really just in a blink of an eye as we're working our way through this morning. So let's put on the general tracker. This is almost outrun the tornado warning, and typically you don't have ones that are going to be this tall. So right now this is moving off towards the east at about 45 miles per hour. So let's draw from Bellwood, mainly talking about Shelby, and tracking this bottom one before we get to the other severe thunderstorm warning further off towards the north. This is actually going to push it into the Kings Mountain area around 8:47, Bessemer City around 8:50, and Gastonia around 8:56. I actually averaged this out to about 50 miles per hour because I think this is actively going to start to pick up. So now this is starting to impact more populated areas. Shelby, you are the largest city in Cleveland County. You are now under the gun. Right now, this is the worst part of the severe weather that you're going to see for the day, besides some gusty winds that are going to be on the back end. Meanwhile, we're just looking at Gaston County. Gaston County, you have this that are going to be very close on your doorstep. Same thing with Lincolnton and right around High Shoals. You're going to see this to close out the 8 o'clock hour, heading into the early 9 o'clock hour as well. As I mentioned, there's also this severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado tag. So right here around Lenore, I'm seeing a general bow here that you're having the worst of the weather. I'll point it out. That's where I think that you're seeing some really strong definitive winds, but there's still a few notches that are going to be here and there that could be a problem. So it's right in that general line through Sawmills down through Eichard that you're going to have the most significant weather. So here, let me show you. Right in here, now we're going to start to see that track off towards the east. So that severe thunderstorm warning goes all the way until 9:15. There's also another additional one that's going to be covering Ashe and Surrey. That is still going till about 9:30. This all in all is just one general line that's going to have some tornadoes that are going to be intermittent along it. The whole reason why we cut into your NBC programming, by the way, is because of a tornado warning. But while we're here, you have to really show the magnitude that it's not just Cleveland County that potentially has this. It's really anyone, I think, over in Gaston County, Lincoln County, Catawba County, that we could have a little spin up right along this line. So let me clear everything out here. I want to show you the general timing that we could see this storm system push through. I've constantly been updating this just because it keeps on outrunning itself. So it's been kind of really tough to keep ahead of the system. But one thing that we know for sure, it's going to start to hit its maximum capability once you get into the early afternoon. And I think that's going to be southeast of Charlotte. So realistically, it's 8:37, an hour and a half from now, this could be the viewpoint. That they're likely going to see that line right along the I-77 corridor. So we'll be mentioning really from about 9 until noon, that's where you're going to have the worst of the weather. But south and southeast of Charlotte, heading into the early afternoon, that's where we could have, I think, the final hurrah for some of those thunderstorms. I think a few supercells are going to be a possibility. So this isn't the last time that you're going to be seeing us talking about tornado warnings. Getting into the early afternoon to the mid-afternoon, I think it's still breezy, that we're still going to have a risk for some falling trees throughout the afternoon, heading into the early evening. So you got to be weather alert for the entirety of the day. That tornado warning that sparked all of this, it's incredible that we have now added officially 6 counties to the list since I first started joining you here. And we're actually almost to the end of this tornado warning that's physically down here to the south, because it's halfway through. So as I mentioned, right around the Shelby area, this is the time that you are dealing with the worst weather. I think your tornado possibility is really starting to come to a close. If we were going to see anything there, I think it would have been already there, but with something right here, let's see, looking along it, mainly just straight line winds is what I'm seeing here. So I think this is the classic situation that you most likely probably already had the tornado happen or it spun up, but I'm still going to keep this active well through the rest of this morning, that anyone along this line is going to have a chance for some damaging winds that are potentially pushing through the area. And just the worst case scenario, you have a spin up tornado that potentially could be even up to EF1 or EF2. I started off all with this saying that this type of map is not something that we see here all the time. The last time that we had one this aggressive for the Carolinas was March of 2021. But what's been really interesting is the damaging wind threat. What you need to know, even if you are not impacted, you might be saying, hey, I don't live in Cleveland County. This doesn't affect me. I don't live in Lincolnton. Well, if you live further off towards the east, including the Charlotte area, our wind threat is only getting stronger and stronger. As long as you have this sunshine that's out, you're going to have a better threat for those storms to roll through. So right now is getting more moist. We're having more moisture that's starting to be thrown in here that's just going to allow those thunderstorms to thrive a little bit more. So Majestic, I think that this one isn't really the worst case scenario as far as a tornado on the ground right now. Nothing long lived. It's getting a little bit weaker down towards the south, but I definitely think this is one that could surprise you, kind of regenerate, because we still do have a lot of those kinks and notches along the line that potentially could be a spin up.
I think this is just such a strong cold front overall that people really need to be serious about, take very seriously, because while radar has indicated some rotation, it's also indicating winds up to at least 60 miles an hour, pea-sized hail also being reported out towards Gastonia, Crowders up towards Lincolnton. So it doesn't matter if you're under this tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. We just need to really take this seriously, as this is going to be ongoing for hours as it continues to track more eastward. You can see how far south this cold front also extends, with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings being issued right now. Our biggest focus, of course, will be that tornado warning that is in place there. That's what you need to know as we're heading into really the next 20 minutes in place until about 9 o'clock this morning. So if you're in that specific spot, just make sure you're grabbing your family. Don't forget about your pups, your animals, and you're just getting to a safe location. There it is as we zoom it in. You can see those little notches. It's a strong line it's speeding. I mean, this line is moving very fast, but the winds within the thunderstorms are also very strong and very dangerous. And we've been talking about this, how the severe weather is on the way, and the number one concern is the strong damaging winds, and that is how this is playing out. But we'll also be monitoring for tornadoes to develop over the next several hours. So there it is, that tornado warning that'll be in place until 9 o'clock this morning as we're looking out towards Cleveland County. But you can see the severe weather threat all around it. I think it's really that frontal boundary that's bringing in the strongest winds, where you could really hear those winds. You could really feel the impacts of that wind. And then just to the north, here it is, that very heavy rain that's continuing right along I-40 and especially north of it. This is all heading eastward. So Little River over towards Hickory. This is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but I would take this very seriously as well, as strong straight line winds are oftentimes where we see the most damage, especially here in the Carolinas. Once we're heading to the south, there are even some lightning strikes associated with it. I did mention, or I did see a couple of comments of people asking, is it over now? The birds are chirping. We're starting to see the skies clear, and that's far from the truth, because when you have those little breaks where you can maybe see a little sunshine peeking through, that's just giving the atmosphere more energy to prime and for the storms to have more fuel that they need. There's that severe thunderstorm warning, Bellwood right here. That's just going to be south of I-85, where that rain's coming down very intensely. And it's also just overall one of those days where if you don't have to be traveling out on those roads, nobody wants to be caught in this. This will be ongoing, 10 o'clock, where that line still, it's pretty well together. It's a defined line that is holding together embedded stronger storms, and some of those storms are producing rotation, meaning we could have some tornadic activity for the next several hours. There's noon, still not done, strong, very strong winds, and then just heavy downpour rain. There's 2 o'clock. We were saying after about 2 o'clock, we think the severe weather threat will be over, but after 2 o'clock, you can still see radar will still be holding on to a lot of rain showers and wind still, but as far as that severe threat goes, really right around 2, 3 o'clock, don't you think, Chris? That was when it was going to start to die down.
Yeah. Point we're just going to be exhausting a lot of the energy, and I actually said, and my friend texted me and said, yep, perfectly sunny right now in Pineville. That's not a good situation, because I think that we're going to continue to extend these, that now actually we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This really shows how fast this is moving, by the way. This is moving at 45 miles per hour off towards the east, and if you look at this, the far eastern side of our tornado warning, well, our radar is almost surpassed that, and this is supposed to go all the way until 9 o'clock. So they're either going to extend it. As of right now, I think it's just mainly going to be under the umbrella of a severe thunderstorm with a potential tornado. That's exactly what we have here now over in York County and Chester County. So this brand new severe thunderstorm warning will have a chance for a tornado. That goes until 10 o'clock. So that's going to put this line is going to be right around the I-77 corridor, close to about 10 o'clock. We've been calling for about 9 to noon that we could see this main line. Now it really looks about close to about 10 to 10:30 that's going to be most impactful here for the Mecklenburg County area. As for Rock Hill, let's do a little bit of timing. Now the timing here is a little different because you can see that it's bent a little bit further back. That means the northern part of this has actually been outrunning it, especially in certain segments. So let's average this out to 45 miles per hour, but then the timing I think could actually accelerate. So through physically around York County, we're going to see, I think, York itself by about 9:12, Tega-Cay 9:27, close to that. This actually includes Matthews. I don't think Matthews you quite see it at 9:46. Again, this is just a general estimate, but we are going to see a lot more impacts through some more populated areas. You might be watching from Gastonia, Gaston County. You're going to see these impacts here before you know it. So we're just timing out what's happening down towards the south. It's a general severe thunderstorm warning for you in Lincoln County and most of Gaston County, but I want you all to treat as if there's still a chance for a tornado to spin up here. I've been trying to look at any of our velocity to see if there's any other areas of concern, because oftentimes we can kind of see, hey, I'm looking at this area of rotation that maybe can come up there. Maybe we can try to jump the gun on what the National Weather Service is seeing. And I honestly don't see it. I see some broader rotation that's happening here just south of Eichard and Hickory. As you can see, this starting to jet out a little bit. That's something I'm going to keep an eye on, but I don't see anything immediate. I definitely think that the winds are much stronger here along that leading edge that's going to be in Maiden before you know it. So timing the tracker that we have here, Maiden, I think that you're going to start to see this as early as right around 8:59, so the end of the hour. That also shows how fast that it's going to be moving. It's the leading edge that's going to cause most of the wind damage. As far as the storm reports and storm off towards the west, we haven't really seen a lot. I've seen seen a few wind damage reports really over in Asheville. Oftentimes, it's all about the clues saying, hey, what's already happened with this system? Brevard, you had utility line damage, a lot of down branches as well. Asheville had actually an active tornado warning there. That was just showing damage of some down trees, full oak trees, power outages also well off towards the west over in Hendersonville. This is one thing that we have to keep in mind. This is actually a quick moving system, but the damage is going to be fast. So anything that we see along this line is going to be pretty drastic. So now officially our main line has outpassed that tornado warning. Oftentimes the National Weather Service will say, hey, the storm's moving at this speed, and that's how they make the polygon. Well, it's now picked up at least 5 miles per hour, so now it's fully clear. So I'm not going to give you the all clear from severe around Shelby. I'm just letting you know at least the leading edge and the worst of this system has now started to push through. We're starting to see a little bit of a break in the sky over in Mecklenburg County and Gaston County. That's where we're seeing some significant breaks. So I want to bring up our Dallas camera. Right now, we are pointed off towards the east because I was tracking that storm system before, but I want to point it off towards the west to see if we can start to see some of the activity that's across the area. So this is due west, trying to look at that storm system. As of right now, you can just see how low these clouds are. This is also a really big indication. Our camera right here is about 1,500 feet. The lower a cloud deck is, the bottom of it, makes it easier for a tornado to form. Think about it, if these are much higher up, it has to go over 2,000 feet to descend down to the surface. If you're seeing this level closer to about 1,000 to 1,500 feet, that means that quick spin up doesn't have to take as much time. So what you're looking at right now is live, that active storm system further off towards the west. So you can already see some of those darker clouds. They're hanging a little bit lower. The biggest threat that we have with any of these is that they're going to be rain wrapped even if we do have a tornado. So that's why I want everyone just to be on guard what potentially could be within this line of storms. I'm happy that it's arriving a little bit earlier because honestly, if this was the middle of the afternoon and we could get all that sunshine that we're seeing over in Kannapolis, now in the southern parts of Charlotte, well, then there would be more storm fuel. But there's still going to be enough that I think it is going to continue to intensify as it moves its way further off towards the east. So at this point, we're just waiting for the National Weather Service to see what they want to do as far as this tornado warning goes. We still about 11 more minutes of it, but for our area, the one that I see, okay, there it is. Tornado warning has officially been dropped off. But what I want you all to do is if you want to be tracking this with us, join us on WCNC Plus. It's easy to download on your TV. Majestic and I are going to be tracking this line of storms. As we had mentioned, that tornado warning, I think, already happened. Anything in this line could happen now. These twists, these changes are happening every minute. So anything along this line, you could have a spin-up tornado. Anywhere along this line, you could have wind gusts up to 60 to 65 miles per hour. Anywhere along this line, you could have some hazardous wind damage. And I think a lot of trees are going to fall, as we've already seen the testament off towards the west. And there's a chance that some of us could lose power. I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy. Will continue to keep you updated again on WCNC Plus, and we'll also be back here on air if anything else breaks. Take care. Be weather aware. All right, that's the advantage of being here on WCNC Plus. Sometimes we have to cut into programming. Other times we're just spitting weather stats or actively tracking a line of storms. So here's what it looks like in Kannapolis. I showed you this camera probably about 30 minutes ago, and it was really dark clouds mixing in with some blue sky. But now we can see those dark clouds starting to roll back in. And looking at all of our different cameras, really the main event is further off towards the west. So what we were just tracking, which probably joined us, and I interrupted your program for the Today Show, so sorry about that. We're dealing with a little rotation, but sometimes you can get a tornado warning that's not particularly impressive. And that was the one. But one thing I really want to make clear, I think that we have a type of scenario that there's going to be constant little areas of rotation here that you're going to see maybe the reds butting up against the yellows. That are going to be some problems. And we're actually seeing some very heavy winds associated with the storm system. As of right now, anywhere along this line, you could have some quick little areas of rotation. I'm not seeing some huge notches as of yet, but we're just getting going, ladies and gentlemen. These little bows that you see here, better chance for some gusts up to 60 miles per hour. I haven't seen a lot of damage reports with this, but then most recent clocked in gusts of about 55 to 60 miles per hour here on the eastern side of Cleveland County, now pushing into Gaston County as well. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna stay weather aware. We gotta stay weather alert as this is pushing through. And truly what I'm expecting here is a quick moving system, but one that has lingering impacts for the rest of the day. And what I mean by that is that even once you get the worst of the worst to move through, which looks like right around 10 o'clock for the I-77 corridor, that's where you're going to start to see the back end of this provide some very heavy rain. So you could have some flood advisories that are popping up as well. Also with those winds on the back edge of this, we potentially with the saturated soil could bring down a lot of trees. On and off winds up to 40 to 50 miles per hour outside of anything is going to be a possibility. And then the big story, let's wrap this up with a bow, everybody. Our 7-day forecast, that strong cold front is going to drag our temperatures down to 30 degrees tomorrow, 48 for a high on St. Patrick's Day, but we just got to wait a couple of days before we start to warm back up. We'll be right back after the break. I know you've already heard a lot from me, and I hope you don't see me again, fingers crossed, but we're looking at some dense, dark clouds off in the distance, 67 degrees right now in Charlotte. This, by the way, is the warmest part of the day. Once we really get this big line of storms to roll through, we're going to get rain-cooled air, followed by a change in the wind direction that's going to be breezy overall. But it's this line of storms that already has multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that bring us all the way to the eastern side of Lincoln County, Gaston County. That means Mecklenburg County, you are going to receive a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe even one with a tornado tag, at least 9:30, I think, to 10:30. That's going to be your general time frame that we're going to see the worst of the weather move through the I-77 corridor. There's a chance for gusty winds, some tornadoes that come with this. Here's what that timing looks like. The worst of the weather, I think, is right along the 10 o'clock I-77 corridor time frame, and then you still see a second coming of all that rain that starts to really develop down to the southeast. Then we still have lingering on and off rain throughout the day, gusty winds that could bring down additional additional trees. So we're not just seeing storms move in, they move out, and then sunshine. You have lingering rain behind this system. Then we have a big time cool down. I'm so sorry about this. 30 degrees by Tuesday morning, 48 for St. Patrick's Day, but no worries. We're back to the 60s on Thursday, the 70s Friday, even near 80 for the weekend. Stay weather alert. We'll keep you updated.
Good morning, everybody. Coming to you here just after 9 o'clock. We are following some severe weather. We had some tornado warnings just expire. Let's go to our weather team right now this morning. From the studio, we have Chris Mulcahy and Majestic Storm. What's the very latest, guys?
Well, for one thing, we had a tornado warning, but Majestic, we kind of looked at that. I think if there was anything that happened, I think it happened immediately.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing people have to realize is that if there's a tornado, there's a good chance that it happens quickly along the line, and a tornado warning might not be enough. That's why the National Weather Service has a bunch of these severe thunderstorm warnings with the tornado tag.
I think the severe thunderstorm warning alone is your good indication that it's a good time to start paying attention and to get inside. I know a lot of people, they like to go outside and to look at the sky and to see what's going on.
Yep.
But if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, you don't have to wait until the next level to get to that tornado warning, because this is a strong cold front. The forecast has really been spot on. We've had that short wave earlier this morning that, you know, fired up a couple of storms, a couple of heavy downpours. But I would say if you're just tuning in, it's important to know that this is the line that's causing the problems already, and it's going to slowly push through the area. So this is our main focus.
Yeah, and I'm actually happy the way things are going down, because we want this line to move in as quick as possible, because it doesn't give us enough time to really fully destabilize the atmosphere, because we're seeing a lot of sunshine shots across the area. All right, so let's bring up radar. Let's roll around this. This is where I really want to focus in on. We're going to go warning by warning, area by area. Here it is. We first start off with a severe thunderstorm warning down here in York County and Chester County. So this one right here specifically is going to go until 10 a.m. So that's going to bring it to about the I-77 corridor at that point. Things are already cruising. One thing that's really interesting is that all of these, every single one of these warnings that we have here on the screen are a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag, except for one. And that's the one for where we have some of our most populated areas now passing 321. So this is actually good news, because as of right now, this looks to be mainly just a straight line wind event. And wind is wind. Wind can cause damage if it goes straight or if it's twisting around. But I personally like it because sometimes if you get a quick little spin up, it could be talking about winds that are over about, let's call it anywhere from 65 to 85 miles per hour is a lower end, and then upwards to about 86 to 110. Then we're talking about an EF1. At that point, that could move a car. So we have some very heavy rain and winds that are now moving through our Dallas camera. Let's actually go in our head in the clouds. This will be interesting. This is one of the advantages that we have on our Dallas camera to look around. Let's see what it looks like. And we can move it around, but I think it's literally just going to be our head in the clouds. We might be able to see maybe a little bit of lightning that's starting to flash up here, but this is mainly just some heavy rain. I think you are going to see some active lightning, but things are kind of in the regenerating process, meaning that they're only going to get stronger. So let's swing this camera around, see what else we can kind of see for the disadvantage. This also shows about how low the clouds are. I've been mentioning this most of the morning. The lower the bottom of the clouds, the more significant that we can actually have a tornado drop down. But you can actually really see the rain coming down here through our Dallas camera. So that's just one camera that is now actively within the storm. This storm system is moving off towards the east at about 45 miles per hour. I'm also seeing some of them at about 55 miles per hour. So I want to time that out. And there is a chance that we might be having to cut back into programming if there's another tornado warning. But as of right now, this looks to be mainly just severe thunderstorm warnings. But something has changed. We now extend that one warning that is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. That's what that orange banner represents. That is going to go all the way through 10 o'clock. That now got expanded. And it's also said for the National Weather Service that they extended it pretty much 6 miles from Lincolnton to 90 miles west of Huntersville. And it's moving east at about 48 miles per hour. So I want to try to get the best timing as possible. There's so many things to time out with this. That's the hard things about these systems. There's a chance for damaging winds all up and down the line. And as it continues minute by minute, hour by hour, it's only going to get stronger the further east that you go. So if you're watching from the eastern side of I-77, just hold on. I'm letting you know this storm system is going to be here sooner than you think. And also, I think it's going to be much stronger than where it is right now. So what we're doing right here is bringing up one of these measuring tools, and I put in 45 miles per hour because I think this storm system is going to increase. So that's going to give us a general clear time that likely I would even say less than 10 minutes, Mount Holly, you're really going to see the downpour and the chance for those gusty winds and those trees that are really going to be swaying in the breeze. Also, please message me here on at your weatherman WCNC on Facebook, but also at your weatherman on Instagram. I'd love to follow this storm and kind of see what's happening in your neighborhood. That's the key here. What exactly you're seeing at your house. This also brings it to Mooresville at about 9:29. That's how fast this is moving. In Charlotte, about 9:34. So even though that warning goes all the way until the 10 o'clock hour, this is exceeding expectations. So we were calling about 9 to noon to see the worst of the weather around I-77. Well, it's that earlier window. And that can often happen with some of these storm systems. So Majestic's on standby to give us the timing of all this. The problem, Majestic, is I have to keep on adjusting the grid just about how fast this is all moving, because this is an exceptional line of severe thunderstorm warnings that now is going all the way through Iredell County, all the way down through Chester and York County.
I mean, I think most areas right along I-70, 77, and then just west of it, now you can see mostly all under that severe thunderstorm warning. And it's important to note that not everyone has that rain coming down. Perhaps maybe you're starting to notice that those winds are starting to intensify, but this is still on the way. And it's important to remember that we've been watching that first initial rain and storm activity this morning, but now as we head towards the later half of the day, we're going to now tap into that main line. So futurecast continuing to look like this, those areas shaded in reds and oranges and especially purples. Here's about 11 o'clock this morning. That's where we are continuing to see some of the worst conditions. I think even if a storm doesn't have that rotation, it's important to know that the strong straight line winds do just as much damage oftentimes, because bottom line, these are just really strong storms. So 11 o'clock still looking like this. It's at really the secondary line that's pushing through, that's causing us the biggest concerns already, but we're far from over. This is going to be right around noon. So at this point, we have widespread impacts, lots of rain, gusty winds, and can those storms produce some tornadoes? Of course, that's what we've been really honing in on, that we do have the threat for some of those storms to produce a tornado, to produce that rotation there. So making sure that you're really taking this seriously and making sure you do have a way to receive weather notifications, that's going to be key. So after about 2 o'clock this afternoon, 3 o'clock, the line starts to break apart, and then we're mainly just looking at rain and wind and still active weather. But as far as that severe weather threat goes, it does start to die down. I would say even if you're not in a tornado warning, but you're in a severe thunderstorm warning like many of us are, it's important to note that you should be aware. You should be aware that those strong winds will be the biggest problem there, and that you can get to your safe place. And it probably would be a good idea, because there's still a lot of energy that we're working with. Chris.
Thanks a lot, Majestic. Yeah, and I was just measuring how strong the winds are along this line. So right now I'm seeing winds up to about 60 to 65 miles per hour, potentially just along this edge now east of Lincolnton, east of High Shoals. Again, send us any of the photos that you might have or any videos that are really good general estimation of what's happening here. But it's crazy about how fast this is all moving, that usually you don't see severe thunderstorm warnings that are this big. I feel this is more thing that you usually see east of I-77, but it's right here now that I think within the next 30 minutes or so, next 30 to 45, that's where anyone that's here in Mecklenburg County, southern Iredell County, we're already seeing it here in Gaston County and right around Gastonia. That's where we're kind of seeing the worst of the worst. But now we have to really be on guard, because every single one of our severe thunderstorm warnings now officially is showing that we will have a chance for a spin-up tornado along the line. Now, in general, winds are the main threat. And that also couples tornadoes. Wind is wind. If it's straight line, if it's spinning, it still could cause just as much damage, because a weekend EF0 tornado is still 65 to 85 miles per hour. So let's check it out. Right here along this line where you're starting to see actually some breaks in it, which is good but not good. That's starting to push into Mount Holly. I think you're going to have the heavier rain with some thunder and lightning. It's just all about that leading edge about how strong the winds are. Now, what I'm about to show you is, like, for our measurement tool, isn't going to be a super accurate one, because you have to kind of take off some of the winds down to about 10 miles per hour. I think the main leading edge of this right now is showing winds probably about 10 off of what you see here. So probably above that 45 to 50 mile per hour range. So not technically the severe range, but I do think that we have a wider swath of those gustier winds that are along this line. So it's been really tough to kind of see the areas of rotation, but now that we're starting to see this leading edge, now you see that kind of little bow that's happening, that is showing that we're dealing with some stronger winds, especially leading through now Gaston County over into eastern Lincoln County. That's going to bring you around Lowell as well. You can see to the north, though, almost clear of Ellendale and parts of Alexander County, where we have a lot of what's called stratiform precipitation. So it's that light to moderate precip that's going to be on the back edge of that. Meanwhile, up in the Statesville area, your severe thunderstorm warning officially is going on until 10 o'clock as well. The indications here is the same thing. Winds up to about 60 miles per hour. Moving off towards the east at about 40. That's kind of the general estimate that we're seeing here. But I think certain parts of the line are moving much faster than others, that you're having more of those gustier winds. So anyone that lives along the I-77 corridor, it's coming. Likely, if you look off towards the west, you're going to see it as well. Now here in our Dallas camera, we literally had our head in the clouds with that heavier rain not too long ago. Notice the change here. Now you still have those active raindrops, but you can see the bottom a little bit better. I'm going to swing this back over to the east and see exactly what everything's looking like. So in general, our storm system is now officially over to this general vicinity in the eastern side of Gaston County, but it's pushing off towards the east at about 40. So let me show you this. Here's a better look. All right. By the way, Brad Panovich just rolled in. This one flew. Through the morning, I think I've had to readjust our future cast probably about like 6 times, just trying to factor in the different speeds that this has been going. So I want to do a general consensus about what this line is going to do, and I honestly can do this every 5 minutes and it's going to be forever changing. Right now this shows Cramerton pretty much the next 3 minutes. It's pretty much already on your doorstep. Let's move a little bit down the road. Charlotte still around that 9:30 time frame, so literally within the next 15 to 20 minutes you're going to see some significant storms that are starting to roll into town. Again, I'm super happy that this is not a bigger deal as far as moving a little bit later on in the afternoon. You're still going to have some winds that are behind this, but for this leading edge, if it came a little bit later on, we could be in trouble. Now, Salisbury about 9:52, Monroe about 10:04, and then Lexington at 10:11, and then Albemarle about 10:18 overall. Thomasville, you also have 10:25, and High Point, even though it's just outside of our viewing area, we have about 10:31. So we have a large train of all these areas of orange, and I changed the color key here that represents that we have not just a severe thunderstorm warning, but also one that has a tornado tag overall, and this goes all the way down towards the south. This is significant, but what's really interesting, it's the northern side of this that has, I think, the most rotation. We're actually seeing a significant break in the action down from Valdosta up to Macon, Georgia, but then it's a lot more organized along this line that you can see some potential notches that are going to be in these breaks. So what we're looking for is any sort of little twists and bends that can potentially happen, like right there and right there. So even though you don't have a technical tornado warning, I think honestly by the time you get all said and done, if we issued a tornado warning from the National Weather Service, the damage might have already happened. So that's why I want everyone to treat this as strong winds. Because as I mentioned, it doesn't matter if they're twisting, it doesn't matter if they're straight, it's still going to be significant if you're going to have this line quickly in and out. So this is just showing the general timing heading into Statesville. So Statesville, you're about 15 minutes away. Mooresville, I think it's about 15, 20 minutes away. You're going to see a little bit more of a delay. As you can see, this line is starting to lag back a little bit heading into the Rock Hill area. And then further down towards the south, we have one more severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado tag, and then it's really along the I-77 corridor that I think you're going to start to see things pick up. That we've been showing you this map all morning long. And this is our severe weather risk. This is an interesting map, and I actually got the stat from Brad that the last time that we had a level 4 of 5 here in the Carolinas was March of 2021. Now, that is also pinpointing that the worst of the weather is likely going to be further off towards the east. So what I want to do is I actually want to kind of give you through, bring you through an exercise as we're kind of getting ready for the change in the guard now that Brad is here. I want to show you about matching the radar up with the actual futurecast. So this is showing 9:17, and we're already almost into Mecklenburg County. So anyone here in Mecklenburg County, this is the time to be in your safe spot, more the interior part of your house. I know everyone wants to watch this, but this is where we're going to have some of the gustier winds that are associated with this. That is really coming within the next 30 minutes. So this is racing. What we were saying for that general window about 9 to noon. No, the worst of the weather is happening right now. Now, one thing that we are seeing for sure is that our futurecast is a little bit behind the ball. So what I'm able to do is something that's actually called a grid adjustment. So what that does is like, okay, where is it now? So this one right here is a little bit more spot on, showing a heavier line pushing through about 11 o'clock. But truly, I think it's at that point you're seeing the main leading edge further off towards the east. But since this system is actually, even though it looks like it's moving west to east, you're still getting that flow out of the southwest. So that's going to allow one last pulse of some of those heavier storms. So see that line that's right around Rockingham, Southern Pines, over to Chirac? That I think is going to be the worst weather that we're having here in the Carolinas, because it's all associated and lining up with our tornado threats and our highest wind damage threat. Because notice how our wind damage threat exponentially increases as you go west, then further off towards the east. That's where you have a lot of those hash lines as well. That shows that there's a 45 to a 60% chance, which by the way, that pretty much means that 1 out of every 2 thunderstorms, the way that I like to kind of describe this, potentially could be producing some of those damaging winds. As far as the rain right now, it is more of just a wind event that we're really worried about. If we had had days of rain, we've had the opposite because we've had such a gusty wind environment. This would be a completely different case in scenario. But all in all, our active radar is really showing that it's quickly cruising off towards the east. Thank you for bringing that back up. But we're trying to find some really designated areas of rotation. This one, by the way, here in Gaston County, believe it or not, you have this last little batch of your showers, and then your severe thunderstorm warning is going to be ending early by about 15 minutes. Meanwhile, I was mentioning Mount Holly here about 5 minutes ago. The worst of your weather is about to happen pretty much right now. Likely you're probably hearing some active thunder as well. The lightning is not as impressive actually as I saw a few hours ago. I think that will change over the next couple of hours. So Mount Holly over around Paw Creek, Mountain Island Lake, you're starting to see things pick up. Meanwhile, for the Charlotte area, so I want to do a quick measurement where we're seeing a majority of our population. I've seen speeds anywhere from 35 to 55 miles per hour for this line. I'm going to average it out to about 45, where we're actually starting to see a little bit more of a bulge. Here's some more of our populated areas that we could potentially see over the coming hours. Paw Creek around 9:25, Charlotte about 9:33. So literally, Charlotte, uptown, you're going to see a big change in your weather in the next 10 to 15 minutes as this is starting to roll in general. All right, so we also had mentioned about the cold front. Plain and simple, this is one of those epic systems that it completely just changes up our forecast. We have a high of 68 degrees today. We've already hit that, by the way. And we're going to see temperatures start to topple down as we work our way through the afternoon. By tomorrow morning, we're waking up to freezing temperatures, 48 degrees, and then 50 degrees for Wednesday, another freezing low at 28. And then we're right around freezing one more time on Thursday before things really start to ramp back up at 63, 71, and then right around 80 degrees. All right, so I'm going to get over to Majestic, who has highlighted off towards the north, where we're seeing a pretty significant line as well. I think it's right in here that you've really seen the most notches and the best chance for a spin-up tornado. Oh, Brad.
on yet. I'm trying to log into the computer still, but yeah, we're tracking these storms moving through it. As Chris has been doing a great job, one of the things I want to tell you guys, and Chris was telling you this, kind of treat all of these severe thunderstorm warnings currently like they are tornado warnings, because if we see a quick spin up tornado in any of these, the warning's going to come out so quickly. By the time you get that warning, it's already going to be past you. So go ahead and treat this whole line. Now, the good news is you treat this whole line as a tornado warning. It's only going to be short lived. It's going to be in and out, and then we're going to be back to some better weather on the backside. Though it'll still be windy and cold and probably wet behind that. It's the leading edge that we're most concerned about. So try to log into this machine if we can get some graphics going here.
Yeah, we'll just drive the radar. So for one thing, Brad, good to see you, by the way. What's been really interesting, it's a little frustrating because we're not really able to see like really a clear picture in a lot of these velocity scopes. And the one tornado that we did cut in for everyone, sorry for everyone watching that we had to cut into the Today Show. I think it was one of those things that oftentimes a tornado warning is useless in this type of situation because so many times the tornado already happened and the damage is already done, but then meanwhile we're warning people and might regenerate once the warning drops off. So exactly what you said, we're going to continue to repeat ourselves. Anytime you have this orange shading that I have here, this means a severe thunderstorm warning with a chance for a spin-up tornado along the edge. And Brad, you were planning to come in earlier, but I've been seeing this get faster and faster and faster, but it's better now than say around noon to 2. So that's the good news.
Yeah, even last night before I went to sleep, I could tell, this thing was picking up some speed by maybe a couple of hours, which, that's 2 hours less of heating that we would have had. And so areas to the, central and eastern part of the state still have that potential to see some big time tornadoes over there. But for us, this is really going to be the straight line wind event, Chris, that you were talking about. But the problem is there's so much wind energy, you're likely going to see, wind speeds up to 70 miles per hour. And the tornado tag's great in all these because I'm away in, I heard on the radio, the warning actually included, please go into an interior room away from outside walls and windows, even for the severe thunderstorm warnings, because they want you to stay up to date and stay ready for the potential for a tornado because, and you're watching us on the stream too, Chris, so most of you are seeing about a 30-second to couple minute delay. So anytime we give you a storm track with this, we're going to want you to go ahead and do it about 5 minutes earlier than we tell you.
That's a good idea.
So when you see that, go 5 minutes earlier than what we're giving you as far as a storm track, because oftentimes in these scenarios, by the time you see it, we're not really live. There's a delay in everything, and when you stream, there's even a bigger delay. So make sure you're giving yourself that 5 minute window ahead of time. We're really good at our jobs, but we're not that great that we could get it down to the exact minute. So we'd like to give some wiggle room there for all, especially in the age of streaming.
Yeah. Okay. So we're actually going to take a quick break. Let us reset here, but plain and simple. While we do that. Just letting you know, if you're watching from Charlotte, this storm system is now approaching the western side of the 485 loop. So that means around Mount Holly, Huntersville Road, Mountain Island Lake is actively under this. Mount Holly, you've already been dealing with this. So northwest neighborhoods such as Oakdale, also North Lake, you're going to be dealing with your most significant storms of the morning coming up here. But most likely when we come back, this is already going to be jumping really close to Uptown. So as Brad had just said, this is your time to get in your safe place, just because you're going to have a chance that there could be a spin up along here. I'm not seeing anything really indicative here as of right now, but this is changing literally every minute. So we're going to be here for you. You got myself, Brad, Majestic. We'll be right back after the break.
We're going to take it right here from the Live Impact studio. You're watching this special Weather Impact Alert edition of Live Impact News on WCNC Plus, of course, with our weather team following the very leading edge of this storm into the Charlotte region area. We're also watching for power outages as well as traffic, your commute this morning, and the roadways. So with a storm like this, definitely don't want to travel if you can, as we watch for the winds, and it can be definitely a dangerous commute at that. So joining us this morning here on Live Impact News is Jennifer Goodwin from NCDOT. Jen, thanks for hanging with us here, standing by and under these special circumstances, I should say. What are you dealing with right now?
Well, like you said, Jane, we've been getting ready for this and treating it very seriously. As you can imagine, we haven't seen something like this in a while. I was looking at the radar a little while ago and looking at this trail of red, yellow, green, just from north to south, all across our state, covering the entire north to south border. And we've already seen several tornado warnings across the western part of the state, and it's just going to march eastward. So our statewide emergency operations center has already been activated, and we are prepared to respond, and we're prepared to do what we have to in this area. We've already had some of our crews on standby last night, just in case we were to get any calls at any of our county maintenance facilities, which fortunately we did not. But we think the biggest concern today will probably be the winds and any potential for downed limbs or downed trees. Like the school buses, when the winds reach 35 miles an hour and stay sustained at that level, we're going to have to pause our work as well. We will have to shelter in place. So we're hoping it won't get to that point, but we have to do what we must to keep our crews safe as well. But if we have to get out and take down any limbs or use chainsaws to remove them out of the road, that's what we're probably going to have to focus on. And we've also got, of course, close conversations with utility providers, because if any of those trees get caught up and tangled in any power lines, we're going to have to stay in close communication with them to make sure that those are out of the way first before we can remove any limbs out of the roadway. So the good thing is, I guess, that there's not a lot of school going on, so the traffic volumes are very low. I've been looking at the cameras this morning and seeing not a lot of vehicles out there. So we're hoping folks are staying off the roads today, because like you said, the conditions will deteriorate quickly and it will be very, very hazardous to be out driving.
Yeah, Jennifer, last time we saw each other was in January for the ice and the snow. A different animal, or is it? Do you prepare the same way? Take us a little inside baseball as you prepare and work with the multi-agencies.
Well, I guess it can be a little bit of both. You prepare for responding to a weather event, but I guess the logistics are a little bit different. We are probably using most of our own internal staff for this event. With winter weather, we rely heavily on contractors with our plowing and with our cut and shove operations. But with this, we have probably enough of our own internal forces to use our own chainsaws and our own vehicles and manpower to take care of what we must. And we've been trying to go ahead and check any of our storm drains and grates and try to remove any debris too, because, you know, heaven knows when we have those downpours that happen so quickly, that can kind of overwhelm drainage systems and cause them to back up and then pull any debris and get those into travel lanes. We don't want to see that happen either today. But we've done everything that we feel we can do to be ready for today, but we're already on standby to go take care of anything that might happen once this moves through, and any debris that might fall on any of our state maintained roads to get them clear. But we're asking everyone to be careful and to, of course, drive as slow as possible and to maintain a safe distance between vehicles. You might even have to increase to twice the amount of following distance, because the wind combined with heavy downpours, of course, may make visibility even worse. And of course, what state law requires, when you have your windshield wipers on, you've got to have your headlights on so people can see you. I know we've been asked in the past, do you have to have your hazards on? No, that's not required. I think some people just do it because it gives them a sense of security. So, I mean, if that does help you, that's your call. But we would encourage people to make sure that they've got ways to stay informed, you know, by, of course, following your station, local media to get the most up-to-date information, and other reputable sources like the National Weather Service or your local emergency management. Make sure it's a reputable source of information to get the right information. And also make sure you have more than one way to get the information. So if your cell phone doesn't stay charged or you lose power, make sure you have like a battery operated radio or some other way to get the latest weather updates.
Jennifer Goodwin, great reminders, and thank you for the assurances that everyone is prepared there at NCDOT. Stay safe yourself. Thanks for the update.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jane.
All right, take care. All right, we're going to take a quick reset break here, bring you back and talk to Duke on the other side of the break. You're watching Live Impact News, the special coverage as we are Weather Impact Alert on WCNC+. At 9:32, you're watching this special edition of Live Impact News on WCNC Plus as we are under a severe thunderstorm warning for many of the Charlotte area. And these are sweeping through the area quickly, but with that, it means a lot of winds. Some tornado warnings expired earlier today. We're going to check back in with Chris Mulcahy and Brad Panovich and Majestic Storm here shortly. But first, I want to bring to the Live Impact News stream here, Duke Energy is also bracing for some events, possibly including power outages. I don't think we look too bad. Caroline Fountain joining us right now here. Caroline, am I right? Are we? Where are you? And how are you looking?
Oh, I am in the southern Charlotte area, close to Lake Wiley, and right now I actually had to change where I was standing because it started pouring down rain. A lot of high winds already starting here. And that is basically what we're expecting, is dealing with some high winds, possible tornadoes. And of course, whenever we see very high winds, we see trees, tree limbs falling on our power lines and on our equipment, which could then lead to a possible temporary power outage. So that's basically what we're looking at right now.
Okay, what kind of preparations are your crews looking like on the ground and out in the field?
Well, whenever we have a storm, we have an in-house team of meteorologists that are constantly monitoring the weather, making sure that our crews and operations are aware of what to anticipate, so they have all their equipment ready to go. Now, one thing that is different with high winds is that, when it gets up to 30 plus miles per hour winds, it's not safe for our crews to go up in a bucket. So that may cause a little bit of a delay in responding to power outages. But we do have smart self-healing technology, which helps reroute power whenever we do see, an outage, that we're able to reroute power to some customers. So, that's also on our side to help restore power as soon as possible.
With strong gusty winds, certainly that's going to put a pause in any restoration efforts if we come down to power outages. Besides the delay, what do you want our viewers here on WCNC Plus to know then if the power goes out in their area?
Yeah, well, number one, be prepared, making sure that you have an emergency plan, that you have your devices well charged, making sure you have flashlights, batteries. Of course, it's daylight, so not so much need for right now. However, also knowing how to report a power outage in case you do experience that. You can do that on our website, on the app. You can also call 1-800-POWER-ON. So those are really good ways. You can also see live our outage map to see what outages are happening and what the estimated time of restoration will be.
All right, Caroline, anything else we should know this morning? I know that, these storms are reportedly coming in waves throughout the afternoon, and with I think the wind event is really what we're all watching.
Yeah, I think number one is being safe. And, if you do end up using a generator or other equipment that you don't usually use, make sure that you're following the manufacturer's settings on that.
Caroline Fountain from Duke Energy, appreciate you joining us this morning here on Live Impact News. Thanks. Stay safe.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to the studio right now. Our meteorologist, Chris Mulcahy, is following the latest. Chris, it's all you. What do you have?
Welcome back, everybody. Check this out. We wanted to show you something, is that we have what's called our terminal Doppler radar, and it continues to drop out on us, and we're so sorry about this. But we're on a little bit of a delay. But I just want everyone that lives around the Oakdale neighborhood, really west of I-77, we are looking at a couple of what we call couplets, where you can see those greens and those reds butting up against one another. There we do have a potential, maybe a spin-up tornado that could be trying to start to form here, where we are looking at a little bit of rotation. So you can't see that physically on the radar. Let's bring this full, Rusty. I appreciate you, my man, director back there. I want to focus in right about this area. See also how this great divide that you're looking at, that's also where we were looking at the rotation. So that's also signs that you could have potentially something right there. Being honest, we don't live too far from here, and I told my family, I was like, hey, why don't you just go get into your safe place? Ours is a closet in the interior side of things. I just want, just in case, because right now it looks like a little spin up, and once you get to the back side of this, I don't think that you're all clear from any wind damage for the day, because we're still going to have some gustier winds, but things do get a little bit better. But if you're right around the I-77 corridor, this is cruising, and Brad, I know I have you over there. My data keeps on dropping off, which is disappointing. It's not as impressive as it once was, but we also are looking to the north, but this is why we've been been saying all morning long. It does not matter if we're under a tornado warning or what's happening here. I think anyone in Mecklenburg County, Cabarrus County, soon to be Union County, now eastern side of York County, Chester County, you will have a chance along this line for a spin-up tornado, which will be disguised as winds. And the worst thing is sometimes it can be rain wrapped. And Brad, you're standing in the clouds right now.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring this camera up in specifically, Chris, because we've got one of those spin-ups. We're looking back towards Uptown. It's crazy how low the visibility went. We could see Uptown here about 2 minutes ago. It's completely gone. And as Chris mentioned, we can't see anything, so this is why we want you to be inside, get to that interior room, away from the outside walls and windows. Look at the rain just falling sideways here. There could be a quick spin up in here. We call these QLCS tornadoes. They're the worst type to forecast and kind of give you warnings for, because by the time you see them, they've already happened. So that's why we want you to treat the whole line, kind of mitigate this ahead of time. Seek shelter as this line is approaching to you. The Weather Service has been doing a great job putting what we call tornado tags. Severe thunderstorm warnings with a possible tornado. And really, by definition, any severe thunderstorm warning can and does produce a tornado with little or no warning. So sometimes in a situation like today where the wind shear is literally off the charts for us, when we have severe thunderstorm warnings, you almost have to treat them like low-end tornado warnings. I know that doesn't seem, seems like a term we just made up, but it is one of those things where I even tell my family, like, Chris, hey, just maybe not get in the closet, but get towards the middle of the house, get away from the windows. You guys all know where that tree is or that one that worries you on that side of the house. Go to the other side. Get away from that. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That is the best thing you could do. So what Chris and I are looking at, and the radar data is popping in and out, and you're probably not going to see what we're seeing, but what we're watching is right over Uptown. I'll zoom in on this. It doesn't look like much, Chris, but you can see this just north. It's almost near Noda. This is a little couplet. We've got winds going like this and winds coming in like this. Now, there's currently no tornado warning with this, but it doesn't mean there couldn't be a quick spin-up tornado. So there's Uptown right there. So there's 277. Noda heading up from Optimus Hall going north. You see that area right there heading up towards the big train tracks there where the blue line continues towards the north, the light rail all the way up to campus. So you're going through the Noda area. So again, this is possibly a quick spin-up. By the time this showed up on radar, it probably touched down over here. And in the next radar scan, it might be gone. So somewhere in here, these are the type of little spin-ups that Chris and I are really worried about because...
Yeah, and Brad, go to the north too. It might just drop off. I keep on seeing something a little bit closer for the leading edge that you might be able to see. I think that's
There's the tornado warning, Chris. We just got a tornado warning.
Okay.
So I'm guessing it's for this storm. Yes, it is for this storm. So as we just mentioned, this is why we were highlighting this area, Chris and I. This looked like it was a tornado warning. So there you go, our first tornado warning for Mecklenburg County. This tornado warning is up until 10:15. It includes Cabarrus and Mecklenburg County. And Chris, it's for that exact specific location we talked about. So guys, I don't know if we're jumping on linear as well. But
I just told them.
Okay, so we'll try to jump on here. But this is the storm we're watching. And Chris has highlighted this. We're highlighting this. Let me save this real quickly. We'll go back to where the actual rotation is showing up. Try to zoom in on this again. So I'm sorry we jumped in between graphics there. But this is a tornado warning for Mecklenburg County. This is near Uptown, I would say more Noda community, traveling to the northeast. So this is heading towards the university area, towards the Speedway, towards Concord Mills, and eventually into parts of Cabarrus County. So we're about to jump on air. All right, everybody, Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich here. We're breaking into programming with a tornado warning. If you're watching on WCNC Plus, where we stream this coverage all the time, we were tracking the storm before it produced the tornado warning because we saw that rotation. Chris Mulcahy, Majestic Storm, and I are all in here tracking this storm. And I'm going to show you what this looks like on radar because this is why we thought there might have been a tornado here. I'm going to zoom in on this area. And again, the data's been coming and going, which is unfortunate. But right here, I'm going to zoom in real closely. You see this area right here? There was a brief, what we saw, a pretty tight couplet. Now, it might have already touched down and it might have lifted. That's the kind of scenario we're in today. But there was a tornado warning for all of North Charlotte. We're talking areas near Uptown, heading towards Cabarrus County. And again, data keeps dropping out, so we'll have to jump in between sources here. But what we're watching is a tornado warning in effect for Mecklenburg County into Cabarrus County. It's up until 10:15. So right now, it's my watch is 9:42. So if you're watching us on a stream, there's a little bit of a delay. So please give yourself about a 5-minute error. So 5 minutes earlier than we're telling you, and stay in your safe spot till 5 minutes after, because that's the scenario we're in. So we're getting a new data coming in, but this is the location. The rotation is somewhere in here. The radar's coming and going. This is moving northeast towards the university area from NODA, North Charlotte, towards the university, towards eventually the Speedway, the drag strip, Concord Mills, so southwestern Cabarrus County. Just think of this going straight up and along 85, basically, in the northern part of the county. Okay, guys, I think I have my data back so we can zoom in. We'll hopefully stay up for a while. So there's a couple areas. These things are flying, Chris. Look at this. We've got this little burst of wind here. We've also got one up to the north in Rowan County. So this is moving out of Mecklenburg into Cabarrus, but we likely could have issues in Rowan County as well. So this entire area, don't worry about where the winds are. This is the area we're focusing on. If you're in Rockwell, Concord, Kannapolis, Harrisburg, University, Speedway, East Huntersville, East Mooresville, and then anywhere near 485 and 85, everybody in this area, we want you to seek shelter in that interior room right now. If you are listening to us right now, call and text somebody you know that lives and works in this area. Tell them to do the same thing. We'll give you the all clear. It's going to come quickly because this thing is flying to the northeast, Chris, at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Here comes the radar data. Again, these they don't look like much, but this is what these often look like on radar to us. When we see these little bursts of wind, remember, sometimes all it takes is, we call it a rear flank downdraft to come out of these storms. Sometimes that's all it takes to spin something up real quick. These could last 30 seconds, 45 seconds, but they could do a lot of damage in a short period of time. Chris has got the other radar source with the actual warning. So Chris, let's take a look at that, and you can see that track pretty much from Charlotte right into Cabarrus County, near Harrisburg, all the way up. I would even say Rowan County probably needs to be ready to seek shelter with this as well.
Well, and that's what you were just saying too, Brad, is we also have that blinking yellow. I know it's an absolute mess. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado tag. Literally, if you're following on WCNC Plus, it's always the advantage. You could see a clear couplet that was passing Brookshire Boulevard. So if you live around Lawton Road and Brookshire Boulevard, that's where we first started to see it really start to turn up. And then you start over NODA. But Brad, I think this is going to be another case and scenario. It says to the northeast at 40 miles per hour, but I think it's going to outrun this warning. So that means even if you're ahead of it around, say, Mount Pleasant, Concord, I think you're going to see it much earlier than you think, because we're seeing bursts of wind already starting to work its way into Rowan County. And then if you're watching in Concord right now, I would get into your safe place now, even around Harrisburg. It is pretty much on your doorstep. You don't underestimate how fast this is moving.
Yeah, when we talked about the little delay in the stream, with these storms, they're moving so fast, you almost have to think way ahead of the line. So we often say, you're looking at live radar, you're watching us live. Nothing is live. The pictures you're seeing, this has already happened. Now, it's happened 30 seconds a minute ago, but this is already, if you're moving 50 miles per hour, imagine being on a road and you're watching traffic go by and you take a snapshot of that and then you show someone that snapshot. That car isn't in the same spot. It's way off to the northeast if it's moving 60 or 70 miles an hour. When these storms are moving in this direction this fast, by the time we see it on radar, it's already here. By the time we see it on radar there, it's already there. So this thing is flying. So if you're in Harrisburg, the Speedway area, anywhere near the track, and then eventually, as Chris said, I would even say Kannapolis, China Grove, eventually up towards Rockwell. So this is really going fast. I think Concord, Mount Pleasant, those are areas I would be worried about next as this pushes off to the northeast at a pretty quick pace of speed. I'm going to actually look back. What's the actual speed on those, Chris? Did they give an actual number?
They said 40 miles per hour, but I honestly think that they've been underestimating this. So I've been putting in general, I would say about 45 miles per hour that I think that we're going to see this. I also brought this up too, Brad. So what you're looking at here, it's always a jumble mix. Ignore the purple, but you see these little bright spots of yellow. We're starting to see those ahead of the front line, and how that translates here. I'll show you what it looks like on the radar. That literally is with here, and you can see a little bit of a notch that correlates here. So I want everyone, see, I'm telling you, it's outrunning it so fast. Poplar Tent, we mentioned Concord. Well, it's already pretty much there right now. So the tornado warning is great, but notice that we're starting to see some activity north of that. Anyone that lives within those warnings, if your Alexa, whatever it is, sorry if that we chimed it for you, if it says you have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag, things can happen in a blink of an eye, because I really think the worst of this system that we've seen so far that triggered the tornado warning, I think it's already passed. It doesn't mean that it's not going to restart again. That's the problem with these. That's why I want everyone that is upstream from this or downstream, say anywhere here in eastern Cabarrus County. I've been mentioning right around Georgeville, and you're a little bit further away, right around Mount Pleasant as well. You need to be ahead of this because we can't keep up at this point, Brad.
Yeah, I agree completely. I actually think maybe 50-55 might be more the wind speed or the storm motions. And one of the things, Chris, I noticed yesterday in the days leading up to this, one of the things that first struck me was going to be the storm motion on these. And what we mean by that is how fast they're going to move. When storms move fast, they're hard to warn for, but they're also going to produce strong winds. Because if you think about a storm moving 50 miles per hour, just that movement alone can push the air at 50 miles per hour with the downburst coming out. So we've got some camera views up here. James is back there. Thank you, James. We've got a view from the Speedway. So, Chris, this is actually where that storm is right now. This camera is not very well based, I could tell you that, because it blows in the winds. But this is a lot of movement even for this camera. So we're getting buffeted by some pretty strong winds. And by the way, this is looking back past the Smith Tower, looking towards the entrance of Charlotte Motor Speedway. There's a carnival going on across the street there in the parking lot right now. I think it's the All-American Carnival or something. Off to the right would be the drag strip. So we're looking straight back towards uptown Charlotte. So we're looking southwest. So this is right where this storm is moving. And James, I don't know if you can move this, but I would love to move this to the right, which would be more west or northwest, because I have a feeling this might pass very close to this area. So when we move this camera right, it would look back towards Kannapolis and Concord, downtown Concord. So if you're not familiar with this area near the Speedway, it's Charlotte Motor Speedway, but it's actually over in Cabarrus County. So it's very close to Harrisburg and over the county line. So this is close to the north side of Mint Hill, heading towards Concord, Mount Pleasant, Harrisburg area. So that's where the tornado warning is. But as Chris was correctly pointing out, there's all these little, I hate to call them spin-ups because they're hard to tell if it's actually a spin-up. To me, what they look like are just bursts of winds, and sometimes that's an indication of a tornado trying to form. Just a little bit about the science of tornado genesis. When you get a strong outflow from the back of the storm, that gust of wind that comes out sometimes is all it takes to wrap up. So we're scanning the skies there. Thanks, guys. We're looking back towards the Speedway. Okay, that's back. That's a good view right there. Stay on that one. That one's looking back towards Harrisburg. So that's when you look past turn 1 there. So it's always hard to tell. That's rain wrap, but we do have a lowering base there. The mesocyclone, which is the rotating part of the thunderstorm, tends to have a lowering. That's eventually what forms the wall cloud, and then eventually you see below it the tornado. So it's hard to tell if that's the rain shaft or the meso trying to drop, but that's probably the location we would see something. And here's the thing, we're not going to see it probably. If we do, it's like a minor miracle. And this is why in the Carolinas, if you storm chase or you think you're going to go outside and see this, you're not going to see it because it's going to be rain wrapped. And unlike this camera, oftentimes you don't have a good view. You've got trees, buildings, and hills in the way. It's not like chasing in the plains where you've got wide open views and you have what we call low precipitation supercells, which have a lot less rain in them, and they tend to be easier to view. This is much harder to see. So don't go outside and see this. If you're in these areas, please just seek shelter. We'll give you the all clear. I think that's the one good thing about this movie much quicker than anticipated today is that we'll be able to give you the all clear.
Brad, let's go to Kannapolis. Go to Kannapolis camera.
We've got the Kannapolis camera, guys, if you can pop that up. That is going to show, I think, a little bit better.
I got on weather 2.
Okay, if we got weather 2, guys, punch that up real quick. There we go. So there we go. We've got, looks like some scud there. It's hard to tell, but look, okay, so that's probably more of the lowering right there. That actually looks more wall cloudish there. So that might be actually it right there, Chris, because that looks, we'll watch the clouds. Now, oftentimes people see these clouds. We at Chris, Majestic, Brittany, all get these pictures. People show us, we've got rotation. Remember, rotation in a thunderstorm isn't up and down movement, isn't side to side, it's counterclockwise spin. I had someone send me a great video the other day and say, look, we have rotation. It was clockwise. And I was like, well, that's, unless we get a rare anticyclonic tornado, that was probably just the air moving. Look for counterclockwise rotation, and it's got to be quick. I'm looking at, I do see some counterclockwise rotation at the top there. It's not very fast, but there is some counterclockwise rotation there. So Chris, that is definitely an area we'll have to watch. And what happens is the cloud's always going to rotate first, and then the funnel will drop down, or sometimes you'll actually see it come from the ground up. But look how fast that's moving too, Chris, from right to left. So that's moving from the southeast to the northeast. I bet that's moving 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, and that's when you're saying we can't keep up. But then also another testament, Brad, it's been crazy how low these clouds are. That's also makes it easier for any tornado to make a quick contact with the ground.
Yep.
And I also want to mention something, because on the backside, it's called the rear flank downdraft. You're also going to have gusty winds, but what I've also noticed, we're getting a lot of positive lightning strikes. So these are the ones that rattle the windows.
Yeah.
So don't just go outside after that, because I think we're actually seeing the worst of the lightning on the back side of this system, and you might actually see some of those lightning strikes as well. But where we're looking right now is now pushing into Cabarrus County. This is moving so fast that those that live in Rowan County, eastern Cabarrus County, likely that this storm system is going to be on your doorstep before you know it, with a lot of rotation popping up in multiple spots along the line.
Yeah, so I was just looking at that, Chris. I'm seeing at least 3 or 4 between Landis, up in Rowan County, all the way down to north of Mint Hill. So that whole line, and this is kind of what we were worried about. Chris and I talked about when I first walked in. It's like, this helps us out a little bit that arrived earlier, but just east of 77, this is now getting towards the warmer time of the morning and eventually the warmer time of day. So there's going to be a little bit more energy. So the radar data is dropping out here, guys. But what I can tell you is that from around Landis up on 85 in southern Rowan County, all the way back down to about Mint Hill, as I mentioned, this is pushing east. Now, there's probably not a specific tornado in here, but there's indications. Here comes the radar sweep, so hopefully the data will come in.
I got on weather too if you need to switch it.
So here we go. Here comes, so right in here, there's little spin-ups developing all along that line. So this is why all morning long, Chris and Majestic have been doing a great job of telling you, hey, treat these severe thunderstorm warnings today like tornado warnings. The reason we tell you that, we don't tell you that all the time. Remember, that's something we don't do all that often. But the reason we're telling you that is every one of these thunderstorms could produce a tornado real quickly. These quick spin-ups, they happen so fast by the time they show up on the radar, because the radar's scanning at 1 revolution a minute. It might see it on 1 revolution and be gone. There's about 59 seconds for that sweep to go around. A lot happens in 59 seconds in a scenario like this. So there could be a quick spin up along this line. Now, once this line moves past, we're not going to give you the all clear completely yet, but you will be clear of the main threat for severe weather, because the cold front is still lagging a little bit behind this, and there likely could be some redevelopment, but nothing as strong as what we're seeing right now around Harrisburg, Rocky River, heading into eastern parts of Rowan County, then moving north up into Rowan County as well in eastern Cabarrus, so Mount Pleasant right there. So this whole area, you guys know this area well, rolling hills, beautiful farms, all kinds of great views over here, but you're not going to have a good view of this storm. There's the tornado warning, but again, there's severe thunderstorm warnings in this whole line. So, Chris, actually, this might be the weakest part of the storm actually right now.
No,
it looks
it
like
is.
The northern part's looking a little stronger up towards Salisbury now. So
yeah, and I'll actually draw a quick line because I think we're over on my computer. So where this all originated was roughly right about down here, and then it cut down through this general area, and then there was some rotation to the north and rotation to the south. But this is the problem with those tornado warnings, is that right when it started, we actually I think probably had some of the worst and the best signatures. That's another advantage of joining us on WCNC Plus, but it's going to continue this thing. But I think what's going to happen, and Brad, is this is almost fully outrunning its tornado warning. I could see it starting to get going again. Another one might be reissued as it's starting to go through its recycling process.
So Chris, it's funny you just mentioned that arrow, because I'm just looking at LSRs coming in from the Gastonia Airport to the Charlotte Airport to Uptown. There's a swath of winds that were recorded at all those locations over 50 to 60 miles per hour. In fact, in Uptown, I believe this is the Bank of America station. There is a weather station at the top. They recorded a 61 mile per hour wind gust. On the weather stem station up there. So there was something that went through there, Chris, because it lines up. There's the LSR. See how they're lining up with your arrow? They actually go all the way back into Gaston County. And Chris correctly pointed out that positive lightning strike. You know, for us, when we see positive lightning strikes, there is a correlation between tornado genesis and positive lightning strikes. We see what are called lightning jumps. These positive strikes will happen when the rotation occurs in the thunderstorm. So there's a lot of indications. These are those ingredients, the things as scientists we look at to say, hey, there's a possible tornado in there. But the problem today is, like it is with any of these QLCS setups that we talk about often, these are moving so fast, they're spinning up so quickly and going away so quickly, the warning process is difficult. So the catch-all for this is to say, hey, anybody ahead of this line, treat them all like tornado warnings until the line moves through. So I'm going to show you another view of this, and basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to track the whole line, because we have a tornado warning, yes, but what I would love for everybody to do is when I draw this track, I'm going to put the speed at 50 miles per hour, because I actually think that's probably closer to the speed that these are going. We'll draw it out in this direction. So everybody in the path of this storm, look at the time and then get to shelter 5 minutes before this time. So in Waxhaw, I have 9:59. So I want you to be there at 9:54, okay? So what you're gonna do is 5 minutes earlier than all these times, and then stay there 5 minutes after we tell you they all clear. Why do we tell you that? Things are moving so fast, they could get there quicker, they could slow down. We're in a delay, we're streaming, whether you're watching us on WCNC Plus, satellite, cable, Hulu Plus, YouTube TV, all of them have delays. Very few of them are real live. Whether it's 30 seconds or a minute, there's a delay in this. So go 5 minutes earlier. By the time you hear this, I already said it. So make sure you're heading to shelter right now. In these scenarios, literally seconds matter. Get to that lowest level of your house, interior room. Here's the other thing you can do for us. Not everybody's watching us right now, or they're at work or school or doing something. You know somebody in the path of this storm that lives in any of these areas or communities near there. Call, text them, say, hey, did you know there's a tornado warning possibly heading your way? Please seek shelter. The good news, as Chris mentioned, because of this speed, it makes it hard to warn, but it also means we can clear you from the severe threat much quicker as well. Because once we get into the backside of this, it'll be breezy. There might be some minor redevelopment, but it certainly will not be as severe as what we're seeing right now off to the east. So remember those tornado safety tips. I'll bring them up real quickly here, because oftentimes we give you the warnings, we don't tell you what to do. Go to that middle room and interior room of your house, away from the outside walls and windows. And what do we mean by that? You want to put as many walls between you and the outside. I had a great question the other day. Someone said, why don't I get in my car and just drive away? Well, first of all, how would you know what direction to go? How fast? How do you know you were not driving into another storm? And not to mention the fact the tornado can go wherever it wants. You can only go where there are roads. So make sure you stay in your house. Go to that interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside. And what those walls do, they block the debris. I think in tornadoes, people think it's the Wizard of Oz type thing. You're going to get picked up like Dorothy and taken off somewhere. No, what happens is a tornado picks up other things and throws it at you. Though we call those missiles or flying debris. So the walls, the layers, think of them as force fields. Every single one of them blocks stuff from getting to you. It's also why we tell you to have a helmet on. Kids in school that aren't in school today, if they were, they'd be doing tornado drills or tornado safety. What do? They get in the lobby or in the hallway, put their arms over their head to protect their head. So protect that head. It's all about flying debris. So think about if there's stuff flying around, how many walls can I put between me and that outside flying debris? So please do that until this storm moves out of the area. Once it does, we'll be able to give you the all clear. So Chris, that leading edge, it's probably going to get more active as it goes to the east because it's moving into an environment that is much more favorable, and we're coming up at 10 o'clock in the morning and there's warming of the day. We're starting to get some heating going on out there.
Yeah, and some of the most impressive sunshine I've actually seen has been over in Union County. So just letting you know, we're not seeing any clear indications here, but you still see a lot of these brighter spots. I think this is more showing that we're seeing some really gusty winds that are along this frontal edge. Yeah. So now it's in between Concord and Mount Pleasant. If you line that up, it's correlating right along that leading edge. So I think it's right here that you're mainly just dealing with a mainly straight line wind event. However, when you have these little breaks here, we're still watching this. And notice how small that tornado warning has now gotten. Yeah. Still going on until 10:15. Brad, I could see one of these that's probably going to end early because we're not really seeing the impressiveness that we saw a few hours ago. Our data keeps on dropping off here, but that twist isn't as much of a real issue. But that doesn't mean that we're done. I would really, truly start to keep an eye on what's happening here down towards the south. Yeah. This is now starting to reorganize itself because this is a very similar looking line to the one that just provided the tornado warning. It's just not there yet. So I think it's really going to be more so in Union County. You're going to have that possibility. That severe thunderstorm warning with, again, a tornado tag goes until 10:45. But what's going to happen is out of nowhere, all of a sudden it's going to start to pick up the pace. That's a sign that those leading edge winds are starting to drive it forward. And then also on the book ends of that, sometimes you can have those little spin ups along the line. So that tornado warning, if you're just joining us, has now shrunk significantly. It first started all all the way back here around Noda, and I think we first started to see that track as we were trying to line up the different storm reports that pretty much connected all the way south of Gastonia around the Gastonia Airport through Berry Hill on the western side of a little bit closer to Wilkinson Boulevard there, and then it pushed through just in the northern part of Charlotte through Noda. That's where we're seeing the most significant wind reports. And you can also do us a big favor is we can report at the National Weather Service and also kind of have a better clear picture of what's going on. But as of right now, I think that if you live in Cabarrus County, it's mainly the leading edge of this that we're having the worst weather. Meanwhile, further off towards the north, still another severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado tag. A little disorganized right here, but then anyone that lives along this line still is going to have a chance for the heavier rain. Also, I think at the back edge of this, you're going to see a lot of lightning as well. Yeah. That rain's going to continue. And Brad, I want people to also be on guard because there's still some gusty winds behind this. With the amount of rain coming down, I wouldn't be surprised if we have some trees that fall later on in the day when people think that it's all fine. So this is the worst of the line. This is where we have the best chance for tornadoes and severe storms, but it's going to be the winds behind this that could be a few stray issues here and there. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, this whole line, I think at some point you could get a spin up. And just to reiterate that, I'll kind of widen this out. We've got a tornado warning to the north of this line up towards Mount Airy on the leading edge of it. As Chris was talking about that southern edge, I was just looking because our radar data keeps popping out, so I'm dropping between a couple different sources. But down near Hemby Bridge, Fairview, Unionville, and northern Union County, there's definitely some possible spin ups going on there. Those will go all the way up into parts of Cabarrus County and then all the way up into Rowan County, and then you go all the way up to the Virginia border near Mount Airy. That's where we have another tornado warning right now. I'm seeing down the picture there, guys. We got our Chevy Storm Tracker out there watching these storms as well, keeping a close eye on this. But it's this leading edge that we're most concerned about. This warning is likely going to expire, but as we've been saying all morning, and I'll reiterate it, you'll hear us, you'll probably get tired of us saying this, treat all the severe thunderstorm warnings today like tornado warnings. Chris talked about this. I'm sure Majestic did as well. The tornado tag, it's something we look at. Basically what it means, it's a severe thunderstorm warning where they put in the wording possible tornado, meaning there's indications there could be a quick spin up. So that's a cue to us, and it should be a cue to you, that these severe thunderstorm warnings aren't normal severe thunderstorm warnings. They're severe thunderstorm warnings that can and do produce tornadoes with little or no warning. By the time we often see the tornado on radar in these scenarios, it's already happened. So what we want you to do is treat them like a tornado warning. That way, before the line gets there, you're already in your safe spot. And even without a tornado warning, we've seen gusts in this whole line between 60 and 70 miles per hour. We've got, I wouldn't say it's a damaged path per se, but it is a line of reports, as Chris talked about, back into Gaston County through Charlotte into parts of Cabarrus County, and eventually this is going to move up into parts of Rowan County. So the winds are no joke with this. Even with the winds alone, I would want you to seek shelter in an interior room away from those outside walls and windows, because this is enough to blow branches around, lawn furniture. Any loose debris becomes the problem, breaks the window, and then you're essentially like outside. So please stay in that shelter location until we give you the all clear. Chris mentioned briefly that, yeah, there's still winds on the backside. I just want to point out to where the actual cold front is. Even though this line of storms is way ahead of us, I was just looking at where the front is. I'm going to draw it on here. It's still back in eastern Tennessee. So it's still back in here. And until that front moves through, you could get some redevelopment ahead of it, but you're going to see gusty winds just with the cold front. So if we saturate the ground with some of this rain, we could see some trees come down. Pretty good view right there. I don't know where that camera is, guys.
Union County looking north.
Okay. So yeah, that's looking north towards that line I just talked about, towards Hemby Bridge. Off to the right there, can you guys pop that up behind me if you could? That actually looks like a lowering there. That would be a spot I would, knowing where this camera is, I do believe that was the little the rotation we saw towards Unionville up towards Hemby Bridge. I'm going to look on the radar again. That kind of lines up with what I was looking at. So this is looking back towards Charlotte, I believe, or northeast slightly. So we got a cloud base there, very low cloud, but then off to the right there, you saw that lowering. That's kind of what we look for. That's an indication of maybe a wall cloud. That would be an area that we'd watch for interest. And what I'm going to do is zoom in on that area right now on the radar, the area we're talking about. So that camera's from Union County and Monroe. They're under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. So the area we're talking about is right here. So Monroe is here. That was looking north. This was the area of like weak rotation I saw. So our camera is looking back in this direction. It's going to see a lowering in this area. It's ahead of the main line, so it wouldn't be in the rain yet. And that's the weird thing about these QLCS tornadoes. Typically, tornadoes form on the southwest side of supercells. In QLCS, they can form on the leading edge of the line. It's a different location than we're used to looking at sometimes. So I'm going to pull up the velocity data, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Hopefully, it'll populate here. So the area around Unionville, home to the great barbecue there. That area right there, that's where we saw that rotation just east of Hemby Bridge, heading into the northern sections of Union County, out towards New Salem, north of Watson area. So that's pretty wide open terrain as well. Likely, possibly could be visible if it's on the leading edge of that line. That's a severe thunderstorm. Here comes the data, so hopefully it'll populate. So right in here, I can't keep hitting this, but right in there is where we saw that brief rotation developing. And again, it's not super strong. It looks like it's gotten a little bit weaker. Got a new tornado warning, guys, for Cabarrus County. It's kind of a weird one. Is that the same one, or they didn't delete it yet?
Let's see. Yeah, because I was also noticing, like,
I guess they're waiting to cancel. So what happens? These tornado warnings are supposed to expire at 10:15. So it's within 10 minutes of the expiration, they can't cancel them. So this happens a lot, and it's just it's a technicality with the data. So there's that lowering we saw in Union County, guys. Thanks for efforting that. So the storm is moving off in this direction. There's definitely some kind of lowering there. Sometimes just a low cloud isn't anything to worry about. We jokingly call them scary looking clouds, SLCs. Scary looking clouds happen a lot. They don't do much. What you got to look for is not just a lowering, but is it rotating counterclockwise? So this has got kind of that look to it right there. Almost looks like a little tail cloud there. So this would be a part of the storm we'd watch. It's the leading edge. It's moving to the northeast of Monroe. So that's where this camera is. It's on I think it's a government building there in downtown, looking off to the north and east. So that would be the area we watch. Chris talked about this before. One of the things we look at for the higher chance of tornadoes is the distance between the cloud base and the ground, the lifted condensation level. When the cloud base is low, it's much easier for a tornado to connect to the ground. And in these scenarios like today, the cloud base is super low. So if there's rotation in the cloud, there's not as much room between the cloud and the ground. It's much easier to form a tornado. And usually about 500 to 1,000 feet is all you need. That's pretty ideal for tornado development. So the cloud base being below 5,000 feet, and that one looks like it's about 500 feet, definitely looks like it would be much more of a threat for a possible tornado. Looks like that warning did expire, so.
Okay, and just want to remind everyone that we are going to continue to track this because, Brad, we were live on WCNC Plus. I know there's a little bit of delay following this, and we're going to jump right back on air if we see anything here, but especially right around here, north of Unionville, we again have the data keeps on dropping off. It's right in here that it's going to be our next watch. That's where we were seeing that little appendage that was coming down, nothing that's been certified. Also, I'm seeing some really verified, really strong gusty winds that are right here around Georgeville, pushing into Mount Pleasant, turning into more of a straight line wind event. So that means anyone that lives over here in Albemarle over the next 20 minutes or so, that's going to be the big deal there. And then again, right about here, that's where we're starting to see the divide that I think that you could potentially have some spin ups here. So anyone in Union County, you need to be on guard. Even though the tornado warning has dropped off, you still have multiple tornado tags within these severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll continue to keep you updated live on air as it's merited, but then especially on WCNC Plus.
Yeah, so we're going to go back over to WCNC Plus, I believe, guys, and we'll come back. If we do have warnings, we'll jump into linear, but it's a great tool, guys. Get WCNC Plus now. You can watch it on our app, website, and on your smart TV. Grab that right now. Our coverage will continue over there.
Meteorologist Brad Panovich and Chris Mulcahy following a lot of tornado warnings and watches across Mecklenburg County, heading through Cabarrus County as we continue to follow things with a special edition here on WCNC Plus as we are weather impact alert for you this Monday morning. Thanks for staying with us here at 10:12. I'm Jane Monreal, and of course 9 to 11 is when we cover things live, local, national, and international. We're going to take a quick break here, and we have some interviews with Duke as well as NCDOT. We're watching the power outages, if there are any, as well as those roads. Stay with us here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We'll be right back. Just about 10:15 here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal. A tornado warning is set to expire here in Cabarrus County at 10:15. So as we come up on that, I want to let you know that we are continuing to follow this severe storm system through the Charlotte metro area heading eastward as Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich, Chris Mulcahy, and Majestic Storm covering all things weather impact alert. So we're going to stay here with this special edition of Live Impact News, and we're going to stay with you on WCNC Plus until 11:30, just to let you know. Moments ago, I did wrap up an interview with NCDOT and Jennifer Goodwin, who covers all things roads. So as things are looking pretty treacherous in some areas, you just want to be careful. Here's our interview for you now on Live Impact News. Edge of this storm into the Charlotte region area. We're also watching for power outages as well as traffic, your commute this morning, and the roadways. So with a storm like this, definitely don't want to travel if you can as we watch for the winds. And it can be definitely a dangerous commute at that. So joining us this morning here on Live Impact News is Jennifer Goodwin from NCDOT. Jen, thanks for hanging with us here, standing by and under these special circumstances, I should say. What are you dealing with right now?
We've all got plans and ideas, things we're reaching for. There's always going to be hurdles.
But it makes us who we are.
All right,
Own the ups.
We'll let that play out real
Own the
quick and
downs.
get you back out to Jennifer Goodwin. But I've seen images,
time
I
to
can tell
find
you
your
right
rhythm.
now, of some trees down in Cabarrus County.
Brush off the expectations
event,
and
as
don't
you've been
look
hearing
back.
from our weather team.
Across,
So definitely
the
want to
western
avoid
part of the
driving
state,
if you
and this is
can.
gonna march
We'll take you back
eastward.
out to Jen Goodwin.
So our statewide emergency operations center has already been activated, and we are prepared to respond, and we're prepared to do what we have to in this area. We've already had some of our crews on standby last night, just in case we were to get any calls at any of our county maintenance facilities, which fortunately we did not. But we think the biggest concern today will probably be the winds and any potential for downed limbs or downed trees. Like the school buses, when the winds reach 35 miles an hour and stay sustained at that level, we're going to have to pause our work as well. We will have to shelter in place. So we're hoping it won't get to that point, but we have to do what we must to keep our crews safe as well. But if we have to get out and take down any limbs or use chainsaws to remove them out of the road, that's what we're probably going to have to focus on. And we've also got, of course, close conversations with utility providers, because if any of those trees get caught up and tangled in any power lines, we're going to have to stay in close communication with them to make sure that those are out of the way first before we can remove any limbs out of the roadway. So the good thing is, I guess, that there's not a lot of school going on, so the traffic volumes are very low. I've been looking at the cameras this morning and seeing not a lot of vehicles out there. So we're hoping folks are staying off the roads today, because like you said, the conditions will deteriorate quickly and it will be very, very hazardous to be out driving.
Yeah, Jennifer, last time we saw each other was in January for the ice and the snow. A different animal, or is it? Do you prepare the same way? Take us a little inside baseball as you prepare and work with the multi-agencies.
Well, I guess it can be a little bit of both. You prepare for responding to a weather event, but I guess the logistics are a little bit different. We are probably using most of our own internal staff for this event. With winter weather, we rely heavily on contractors with our plowing and with our cut and shove operations. But with this, we have probably enough of our own internal forces to use our own chainsaws and our own vehicles and manpower to take care of what we must. And we've been trying to go ahead and check any of our storm drains and grates and try to remove any debris too, because, you know, heaven knows when we have those downpours that happen so quickly, that can kind of overwhelm drainage systems and cause them to back up and then pull any debris and get those into travel lanes. We don't want to see that happen either today. But we've done everything that we feel we can do to be ready for today, but we're already on standby to go take care of anything that might happen once this moves through, and any debris that might fall on any of our state maintained roads to get them clear. But we're asking everyone to be careful and to, of course, drive as slow as possible and to maintain a safe distance between vehicles. You might even have to increase to twice the amount of following distance, because the wind combined with heavy downpours, of course, may make visibility even worse. And of course, what state law requires, when you have your windshield wipers on, you've got to have your headlights on so people can see you. I know we've been asked in the past, do you have to have your hazards on? No, that's not required. I think some people just do it because it gives them a sense of security. So, I mean, if that does help you, that's your call. But we would encourage people to make sure that they've got ways to stay informed, by, of course, following your station, local media, to get the most up-to-date information, and other reputable sources like the National Weather Service or your local emergency management. Make sure it's a reputable source of information to get the right information. And also make sure you have more than one way to get the information. So if your cell phone doesn't stay charged or you lose power, make sure you have like a battery-operated radio or some other way to get the latest weather updates.
Jennifer Goodwin, great reminders, and thank you for the assurances that everyone is prepared there at NCDOT. Stay safe yourself. Thanks for the update.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jane.
Back here live now at 10:21 on Live Impact News on WCNC+. So the roadways, we do know, were pretty decent so far. We're going to check in with our Richard Devane and see if they are moving well. Hi, Richard. Where are you? What are you looking at?
I am heading north on Tryon. Hey, Jane, how are you doing? Good to see you, so to speak, this morning under these slightly adverse conditions. We saw that big plume of rain that just came down a little while ago, but right now you're looking, as we head north on Tryon, just heading toward 485. You can see the conditions wet so far, but not too bad. We had that one burst of rain, as I was saying a few moments ago, and I was just going to go over some of the tips that you need to know, but you just heard them there. But just to reiterate, give yourself more time when you're driving, give yourself more reaction time between you and the car in front of you. Also, you might want to turn on your lights, make your visibility better. I would say it's good to have great wipers, because if you don't have good windshield wipers, it can cause some issues. Even if you have a chance to change them today, if you have to get out on the roads, do so. And as we heard also about the weather and those high winds that could affect a lot of driving conditions as well, when trees getting blown into power lines and things like that. And also certain cars are not best when you have those strong winds coming through. So if you don't have to be on the roads, you can always stay home and watch us, and we'll keep you updated. We haven't seen a lot of areas of flooding as of yet. The rain hasn't come down that hard in this area where we are, but we're going to continue to drive around and look for other places where we may see some issues. But right now, people seem to be taking it slow, taking their time, and we're post, I would say 10-3, we could say we're post the morning commute, but those cars that we see on the roads are doing pretty good. Things are moving along. It's a wet morning, so just give yourself some extra time, be a little bit more cautious, slow down, and we'll be fine. Of course, as the conditions worsen in certain areas, you need to stay away from the roads in those particular areas. As we get a little beat, we'll just send you back to take a look at the roads, Jane, and we will send it back to you as we continue to drive north toward 485 right here on Tryon.
All right, looks pretty good out there, Richard. Looks good out there. Stay safe, but so far so good. As we've heard, traffic is pretty light so far. All right, time right now is 10:23. Looking out there towards Monroe. We have Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich back now covering things, and Chris Mulcahy. How you doing? And those clouds, that cloud
All right,
deck.
everybody, we're
Brad.
tracking the storm moving through parts of Union County right now. The view you're looking at right now is from our camera in Monroe, looking back to the north. Briefly looked like we were trying to get a lowering now. Now it looks more outflow dominant, which means it's probably more just straight line winds coming out of this, but a pretty strong storm. We're moving north, or looking northeast from Monroe, and actually the worst storm right now seems to be just north north of here into parts of Stanley County, maybe eastern Cabarrus County, and up into Rowan County. So this is heading towards Albemarle. This is an area where I think we're going to see the worst storms here probably for the remainder of the afternoon, as everything is now shifting east of I-77. So this is the area we're talking about right around Albemarle. Now you see the outline, it's got that orange look to it. Anytime you see that, that's a visual cue for us, but also it does have a meaning. It means there's a tornado possible in these severe thunderstorm warnings. We call it a tornado tag. So anytime that we see that, we know that these storms have the potential to produce a tornado with little or no warning. Now, occasionally we're seeing some of the data drop out, but let me show you what I'm talking about. Look at these signatures up in parts of Stanley County around Albemarle, New London area. This is a big surge of wind, and you can get a quick spin up here and a quick spin up here, and maybe around Big Lick. So the camera was looking north. We were probably seeing the leading edge of this. And again, it's bowing out as well, which means there's strong straight line winds. I'm just going to show you quickly. I'm going to try to grab the velocity data here. We'll show you how fast these winds are in here. In some of these areas are over 60 miles per hour, 63. So we've got pretty strong winds all in this line. And anytime we see a surge of wind out, it can quickly grab the wind and pull it back, and we see a quick spin up. That's what causes the quick spin up. So don't be surprised if we see tornado warnings coming out of these cells before they get out of Stanley County, maybe even Rowan County, and can't give Anson County out of the woods yet either, because this line extends all the way down to the south there. But that's the worst of the storm. This is the leading edge. Back here, we're still going to see some rain and likely some wind today ahead of the cold front. But the worst part of the storms for us and the most dangerous is going to be this leading edge. So it moved in quicker. It's what, 5:26 right now in the morning. Or I mean 10:26, 5:26. I'm used to saying 5:26. 10:26 in the morning. These moved in about 2 hours quicker than we probably would have anticipated yesterday. They were picking up speed all night and all morning long. That means they got here quicker, but it also means they're getting out here quicker. So there is a little bit of good news with that. But just to give you a heads up, the front itself is still back towards the mountains. We still got the cold front back here in eastern Tennessee, and it probably will not be until later this afternoon that finally clears. And until that happens, we got to watch for some redevelopment. Now, Chris Mulcahy and Majestic Storm are here with me as well. We've been tracking this all morning long, Chris, and that leading edge is now moving into a part of the state where the atmosphere is a little more unstable. There's going to be some sun breaking out in a few spots there, so this could actually transition to a bigger tornado risk as it pushes east.
And if you're watching from Albemarle, by the time this actually reaches you, because there is a delay, you're going to have the gustiest winds. At this point, you're going to see the trees struggling in the breeze. That's where we're really seeing the biggest issue here. And I have to say, we had, I think, that one area that pushed through Mecklenburg County where we had one of our tornado warnings. The other one that was issued close to Cleveland County, I don't think that was really a big deal. But really, this kind of turned into more of a straight line wind event. But as Brad was bringing up, the further east you go, it's a little bit more prime time. And that's where the Storm Prediction Center had this map that was updated. We still had a very high risk. This is honestly the best case in scenario. We don't want the storms. This is the ideal setup that you wanted to move through as fast as possible. And hey, there's still likely that we still have some of that wind damage out there, because we really don't know until all this is going to clear. We had the tornado threat that was absolutely skyrocketing, but notice where everything is positioned, further off towards the east. We have so much twist to the atmosphere. That's the main reason why that we have constant tornado tags for everything that we've been doing here. And we'll continue to follow to see if there's anything that might spin up along here, but believe it or not, we're almost starting to close the chapter for our severe weather window for a lot of the area. Now, there's still going to be behind this what's called stratiform precipitation. That is just the nuisance, light to moderate rain that'll be heavy at times. That's just going to be a good soaking rain. I still think there's going to be some gusty winds as well. And then now we're going to start to see the change of winds behind this. So we're not completely all clear behind this line as far as maybe some hazards for the rain. I think there'll be still some accidents with slick roads, but then also we still could have some of those trees that are already ready to go. It was last Thursday that we actually had some thunderstorms that weren't nearly as strong as this. Some trees still came down on their own fruition, where it doesn't really take too much all in all for that to happen. So the last ditch effort of this severe thunderstorm warning is now just a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Salisbury and Rowan County. That no longer has a tornado tag, but it has an updated one further off towards the east, because everything is now clear. Now, this one right here that's on the eastern side of Stanley County, we're almost clear of that for our viewing area, but I really think the worst of the worst right now is physically in Albemarle, where you can see this little area of yellow, and then just off towards the north, same thing right along the county line, closer to about Highway 49 and Whitney. That's, I think, mainly straight line winds. We're not seeing anything definitive. Oh, I think this is absolutely a tornado. I was trying to bring up Raleigh's data, and it's really just looking at some gusty winds as well, trying to really decipher anything here. So things are heading that good direction. Now, the ones that I can't say that are in the all clear are some areas down to the south. We already have an active severe thunderstorm warning that is just for a piece of Chesterfield County, but the areas that have not seen the rain, such as Wadesboro and Rockingham, what we're going to see is all this rain down towards the south. Eventually, I think is going to swing its way back off towards the north. So you got to think about that just in general. That's where you're going to be seeing some of these lines, but honestly, that's kind of weakening out as well. So I think you're going to see is a reorganization of this line down here that will likely impact Chesterfield County, and that's why we had that severe thunderstorm warning number 1. But it's really this area here, if you look at those darker shadings, that's where you're seeing a lot more sunshine. So between Raleigh and Asheboro, that's where I think things are really going to ramp back up, and that also correlates to what the Storm Prediction Center had measured out. So we're not out of the woods yet, but things are heading in a better direction. Brad, this could have been a whole lot worse, even though we're not done yet. Yeah. The timing definitely worked out for us.
Yeah, and we should just tell you too, we still have severe thunderstorm watch. This is up until 11 o'clock for our area. We might see it extended or added to the tornado watch, which is off to the east. That goes into the afternoon hours. But one way you can know you're getting in the clear is they'll start whittling away these counties on the backside of the watch. As that happens, we know the risk is going down. But we still have a pretty significant risk for our eastern counties for the next couple of hours. We're going to continue to track it here. And of course, if we have any warnings, we'll break back into both WCNC Plus and our linear. But guys, we'll go back to the Impact Studio now.
Brad, Chris Majestic, thank you very much. We'll go back to the main studio in just moments, but first we want to bring in another voice this morning because as the severity of the storms move eastward, we still want to look at our preparations through the afternoon and want to talk about York County. Joining us this morning right now is Malcolm Lairmore. Malcolm, from York County Emergency Management. Malcolm, I know you've been monitoring things this morning. What does the situation look like from where you are?
So right now here in York County, we've got about 180 people who don't have power. There's a few trees down, mostly on the western side of our county. We haven't heard of much going on the eastern side. But right now it seems to be steadying out. It doesn't seem that there are a great deal of impacts from the initial wave of storms that came through just a little bit ago, but we are still monitoring. We're in close contact with the National Weather Service out of Greenville, Spartanburg, and they're keeping us aware of what's coming our way and what may occur.
All right, so have you had to shift into a higher gear at all yet so far?
Thankfully, we have not yet. We were monitoring the situation all through the weekend. We met with our school systems yesterday afternoon. We did a virtual meeting, gave them the information that we had received from the National Weather Service, let them make the decision on what they wanted to do. And then we've been meeting with staff here locally and keeping our employees as aware and updating all of our social media for all of our citizens.
If a tornado does touch down, what is the immediate response? What does that framework look like from York County?
So immediately it's to get that warning out, let as many people know as possible that there is a tornado that has touched down. The more widespread we can let people know, the better, because then we can just go in on the back end and try and let people know where it was localized at. But the best things we can do is get people to go inside to a structure, into the middle of it, and stay there and get out of the potential path of it.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of moving pieces with something like this, right? You got to coordinate law enforcement, fire, EMS. How do you keep all of that organized from the back?
So what we try and do is we've got an absolutely wonderful 911 system here, and our dispatchers are the best there is. So we let them handle a lot of the stuff that is your normal day-to-day 911 system. And what we'll do in emergency management is handle the stuff that is directly related to the storms. We'll coordinate the response to the down power lines, to the fallen trees, to anything, a tree on a house, if it has to do with the storm. We'll be coordinating that so that we can take that burden off of our absolutely awesome 911 system.
Okay. And what is your biggest concern for York County residents? What should people be doing right now and not be doing?
The best thing people can do is pay attention. Watch the news, watch the weather, watch our social media accounts. We're going to be pushing out information as quickly as we can, and as I know y'all are going to be doing the same. Today's just going to be one of those days where if you can stay inside the rest of the day, it'd just be best to do that until these storms push out of here and the winds leave. We're just going to keep monitoring and letting people know.
Yeah, I mean, we are not out of the woods yet, but if we do stay into a more long-term response here today, what does that mode look like for you guys?
So it's going to be assisting our first response agencies as much as they need and getting as much information out. That's the name of the game in these situations. And then if there is any widespread damage, we'll assess that afterwards, or as quickly afterwards as possible. But right now it's a monitor and make sure everything's all right, make sure there's no unmet needs throughout our county.
All right, Malcolm, last thought, anything else that people in York County should know and understand about today?
So we are doing our best to make plans for what was to come or what is to come. So if we issue out any warnings or ask you to go inside, please do so. We are doing it with as much information as we have. If things turn out to be not nearly as bad as they were, that's a great scenario, or as they were predicted, that's a great scenario for us. And that's what we just ask is pay attention, watch our social media, watch the news, watch the weather, and react accordingly.
All right, safe rather than sorry for sure. From York County Emergency Management, Malcolm Learmore, thank you for joining us this morning here.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Stay with us. Time right now is 10:38 here, watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Stanley County now has a tornado warning. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich in the studio with the latest. Brad?
All right, everybody, we do have a new tornado warning. It technically clips a small section of Stanley County, but this really is more for Montgomery, Moore, and Randolph counties. You could see that line. It just moved through Albemarle. So Albemarle, you probably experienced some wind damage at the very least. Might even had a tornado touch down because you could see this line. And I'm going to point this out. Look at the squiggles in this. Again, kind of this S curve. That's an indication winds are pinching out here. And then where these little indentations come in, you can get quick spin up. So damaging straight line winds, then possible bookend vortices, we call them, on either side of that bowing segment there. So that's moving into parts of Randolph, Stanley, Montgomery County, Moore County in particular. So just east of Albemarle, Baden Lake area, Uwharrie National Forest, out there towards the mountains, Morrow Mountain State Park's not too far from there. Let me show you real quickly. We're going to look at the velocity data, and you can see that's the terminal Doppler. I'm going to look at Raleigh because this is actually Raleigh's National Weather Service office is responsible for these warnings, so they're pretty far away, and it's right around that Baden area, Baden Lake over towards Uwharrie, El Dorado, as you go to the east. So that's the area we're watching right there. Possible tornado in there. And again, like with all of our tornado warnings today, these things probably happened and then they showed up on radar and they're already gone by the time you get the warning. But I'm glad the warnings are coming out because this could do the same thing again 5-10 minutes later as it pushes to the east. So this is a tornado warning for Montgomery, Moore, Randolph. And again, that very small section there of Stanley County, not a whole lot there. So Troy, Seagrove, El Dorado, Baden Lake area, that's what we're going to watch. Now, the leading edge is pushing east quickly. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado tags for parts of Stanley County as well as Union County as it pushes off to the east. You could see we get back into this just like normal stratiform rain, but what's a little something we're watching, and Majestic's been watching this closely, is the cold front is still back to the west, and the cold front may get here. We might see some redevelopment as it approaches. But Majestic, we've had a lot of wind damage reports with this first line. Talk a little about what you're seeing over there and about that second line that could form later.
Well, definitely hearing from a lot of viewers too, wondering, are we done with this? Once this line is pushing through, are we all done with this? And there's a few things to definitely still point out. I mean, you can see how long this cold front is, how widespread those impacts are still across the Carolinas. In general, we have severe thunderstorm warnings across the area, also the tornado warnings, but look at this current temperatures. This kind of helps to put into perspective where that front is lining up. Still, those southerly winds pumping in that warm, moist air. And remember, that's what those storms like. That's what's giving them the energy they need to continue to form. Seeing 60s for many of us, and you can see that front still well to the north and to the west. Up there in Knoxville, starting to tap into some of the cooler temperatures. Now, eventually, this is all going to come our direction because while we're really still focused on the severe weather threat for the next several hours, remember how our weather pattern and our weather story, it really switches by tonight with how cold it's going to get. Taking a look at some of those wind gusts again, southerly winds continuing to help those storms form. A lot of people also mentioning that even though maybe in your neighborhood it's not raining at the time or storming, but you do have those winds, and we're seeing some of those winds gusting around 35 miles an hour outside of those storms that are forming. And then the dew points, that's also a big factor into the storm development. They like the heat, they like the moisture, and our dew points across the Carolinas as a whole, remember that's just measuring the moisture in the atmosphere. We're seeing pretty high totals, pretty high numbers from Charlotte and especially east of us, areas shaded in the reds and the oranges there. But remember, we're going to stay under severe thunderstorm watches for our area until at least 11 o'clock. We have tornado watches in place, but I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service actually extended this because look at our future cast. So this is what radar could look like at about 11 o'clock this morning. This is kind of the wave that we're watching right now from Lancaster to Monroe to Albemarle. We're seeing that heavy downpour rain within those pockets. And remember, our number one concern continues to be very strong winds, strong damaging winds, straight line winds. So hopefully by this point you've been able to get outside, secure anything that needs to be secured because we'll continue to see those strong winds and perhaps with some rotation. Here's about noon still, so a lot of that that high activity is east of I-77, but then things kind of start to change. Once we head into that 2 o'clock hour, that initial line continues to break apart, but then we start to see more of that energy push into the area. Again, pockets shaded in oranges and reds. That's where we could have those little pop-up storms still form, and there's about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So continuing to watch this, I think really late in the day, once that front actually pushes through, because remember, it hasn't even pushed through our area yet. Once it does, it eventually starts to pull in the cooler temperatures, the drier air, and then tomorrow morning waking up to temperatures that'll be into the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're waiting for that cold front to get here before we can give you the all clear. It's kind of like we'll give you stages. The first leading edge is by far the worst of it, as Majestic was talking about, but we're waiting for that cold air to come in, and it will be a shock to the system. I think that's when that's going to be a visual and a sensory cue for a lot of us. When it starts getting chilly and you feel that wind shift, you know the threat for severe weather is out. As long as the winds are from the south and that front is still heading our way, that potential is going to be there. So the worst weather in our area right now is in for our eastern counties, Stanley County, down into Union County, heads up in Anson and Richmond counties. You're likely going to see severe thunderstorm warnings as well, maybe even a quick tornado warning. And just to show you how active this line is, go north towards Greensboro. Our friends, our colleagues up at WFMY are tracking tornadoes right now in the Greensboro area. Very, very strong storms moving through there. So you can see those tornado warnings along the leading edge. And remember, it's getting later. It's 10:45 a.m. as you're watching this now. We're getting heating of the day towards the Raleigh area. These storms are only going to get stronger as they go to the east. Now we have rain. This rain hopefully continues to cool us down. What we don't want to see is actually some thinning of the clouds or even maybe some breaks developing, because the front itself is back here. We're starting to see the front show up right in here. Now, yeah, that is snow, guys. That is legit snow. I think it is snowing currently in northern Alabama. Let me check to just make sure I'm not seeing things. But yeah, it's wild. It's a wild map today, guys, because I'm going to widen this out and show you there's snow all the way down into central Mississippi. That's how cold the air is on the back side of this. This is snow falling from Huntsville, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, all the way back into not too far from Jackson, Mississippi. So that's the kind of cold front that's coming through. But the cold front's right there. See this broken line? You see this break? As Majestic was alluding to, if there's enough time, we might see, it's not going to be nearly like we're seeing right now. Trust me, it won't be that severe, but we could get a narrow line of severe storms to move through. So the severe weather risk today, remember yesterday we talked to you about the first time since 2021 that we had a moderate or level 4 risk for us. That risk is still in the high range, but you see the darker shade of red, that's very high. That's on a scale from 1 to 5, that's a 4 right now. The back edge, we'll wait till that front gets here. We're not going to clear it out completely because that cold front still has some time to get in here. And until that happens, the potential is there that we could see, I wouldn't say another tornado risk, but definitely a straight line wind risk with that line. There's still so much wind energy in the atmosphere. So current warnings, we'll just give you a quick update. Tornado warning technically in effect coming up here till 11 a.m. That's really for Montgomery, Moore, and Randolph County. It is out of Stanley County, I can tell you, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Stanley County, northeastern parts of Union County and parts of Anson County, and probably eventually going to see this for Richmond County. So these folks from Albemarle, Wadesboro to Rockingham, not quite out of the woods yet. I say we got another hour before we're going to be in the clear from that leading edge. We'll continue to watch the leading edge and we'll give you an update if we see any more warnings. But please, if you're east of I-77 out towards central North Carolina, the risk for severe weather is going to stick with you guys for a little bit longer. We'll have another update coming up in a couple minutes, but we'll go back to the Impact Studio. And again, if we get any more warning, guys, we will go back and give you an update on that.
Brad, we thank you for that update. Tornado warning reaching the outer skirts of the eastern part of our viewing area. With that, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here, reset on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Impact News here on WCNC Plus. Time right now is 10:50. I'm Jane Monreal, and we are having a special edition of Live Impact News all about the weather. We're staying weather impact alert for you, as you've heard from our weather team, led by Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich, Chris Mulcahy, as well as Majestic Storm, covering the very latest. Here from the Live Impact studio, we are also talking to the agencies, emergency responders, and the teams that are following the weather as well because of the risk of power outages. So I did talk to Caroline Fountain from Duke Energy, and she has the very latest now. This interview that I recorded with her moments ago on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. But first, I want to bring to the Live Impact News stream here, Duke Energy is also bracing for some events, possibly including power outages. I don't think we look too bad. Caroline Fountain joining us right now here. Caroline, am I right? Are we? Where are you, and how are you looking?
Oh, I am in the southern Charlotte area, close to Lake Wylie, and right now I actually had to change where I was standing because it started pouring down rain. A lot of high winds already starting here, and that is basically what we're expecting, is dealing with some high winds, possible tornadoes, and of course, whenever we see very high winds, we see tree limbs falling on our power lines and on our equipment, which could then lead to a possible temporary power outage. So that's basically what we're looking at right now.
Okay, what kind of preparations are your crews looking like on the ground and out in the field?
Well, whenever we have a storm, we have an in-house team of meteorologists that are constantly monitoring the weather, making sure that our crews and operations are aware of what to anticipate, so they have all their equipment ready to go. Now, one thing that is different with high winds is that, when it gets up to 30 plus miles per hour winds, it's not safe for our crews to go up in a bucket. So that may cause a little bit of a delay in responding to power outages. But we do have smart self-healing technology, which helps reroute power whenever we do see, an outage, that we're able to reroute power to some customers. So, that's also on our side to help restore power as soon as possible.
With strong gusty winds, certainly that's going to put a pause in any restoration efforts if we come down to power outages. Besides the delay, what do you want our viewers here on WCNC Plus to know then if the power goes out in their area?
Yeah, well, number one, be prepared, making sure that you have an emergency plan, that you have your devices well charged, making sure you have flashlights, batteries. Of course, it's daylight, so not so much need for right now. However, also knowing how to report a power outage in case you do experience that. You can do that on our website, on the app. You can also call 1-800-POWER-ON. So those are really good ways. You can also see live our outage map to see what outages are happening and what the estimated time of restoration will be.
All right, Caroline, anything else we should know this morning? I know that, these storms are reportedly coming in waves throughout the afternoon, and with I think the wind event is really what we're all watching.
Yeah, I think number one is being safe. And, if you do end up using a generator or other equipment that you don't usually use, make sure that you're following the manufacturer's settings on that.
Caroline Fountain from Duke Energy, appreciate you joining us this morning here on Live Impact News. Thanks. Stay safe.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Right now, we want to check in with our Richard Devane. Again, he is in the Storm Chaser and following the wet weather. Looks like it's still a pretty smooth drive out there. Richard, where are you?
Yeah, I'm actually chasing the storm right now in the tracker. Jane, I just wanted to be back with you for a few minutes to show you the weather conditions out here. As you can see, the rain has picked up, and so cars are having to slow down a little bit. We're heading north on 85. We're going to flip around in a minute and start heading toward Harrisburg and some other areas over here that may be right there in the eye of the storm, so to speak, with the tornadic activity. But that's one of the things we're doing. But right now we can tell you, as you can see, there's rain coming down. So those areas that the things the drivers need to be concerned about, of course, is going to be any pooling or ponding on the side of the roads, slick spots and things like that as this rain comes down. And one thing you mentioned was the waves, because we're seeing these bands, so to speak, coming through. So don't get out here and think that everything is great until we tell you it is, because you'll be driving in 1 minute, it looks clear like we did in the last time we were visiting you, and then now you're seeing it's picked up, it's a lot heavier in our area. So that's going to be one of the things folks are going to have to worry about. It's best if you don't have to, just sit in the comfort of your home or wherever you are and watch what we're doing. Follow us online and the app and everything. We'll tell you when it's best to get back on the roads if you don't have to get on the roads. That's the situation. It's looking good. It's passable, but as you can see as we drive, I'm seeing on the side of the road, of course, the big areas where you always see those ponding situations and water accumulation. Take it slow, give yourself plenty of time, as you've been hearing all the experts tell us today. And of course, the concerns, as you said, the high winds, heavy winds that could come, that's the thing we're all paying attention to, because high profile cars and things like that, SUVs, could be in for a rough go as we continue this day. So just stay safe out there on the roads. They are passable. It's water, it's wet. Things are okay for now. The conditions are passable. You can drive in it. Just take your time and be safe out there. Of course, we'll keep you updated on any problem areas, significant problem areas that we see out there on the roads. We're right here in the Chevy Storm Tracker, just chasing the storms. We'll send it back to you.
All right, chasing in the tracker. Thank you, Richard Devane. We will check in with you later on. We are going to get ready here for an extended version of Live Impact News with a special edition covering the weather that is coming up here at 11 o'clock. Charlotte today, you can watch on WCNC Charlotte later on this afternoon at 2 o'clock. But first, we're just going to take a look around town because, yeah, like Richard said, doesn't look too bad on the ground, but this is from the Monroe camera where things are sketchy. And again, checking in with our weather team later on in just a couple of minutes. For now, we're going to take a break here on Live Impact News and reset on WCNC Plus. Stay with us. Welcome to a special edition of Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Jane Monreal as we are keeping you weather impact alert this morning. Severe weather storms coming through the Charlotte area. Let's check in with our weather team, starting with Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. Brad?
All right, everybody, here's an update. The good news, severe thunderstorm watch has been allowed to expire. In some cases, it was canceled early for our area. But you see the red counties, that's a tornado watch, which is still in effect to the afternoon. I would expect more counties to be added to the east. The leading edge of this storm is the one that we're watching for, the severe. Now, the severe weather outlook, remember yesterday we started showing you the first time since 2021 that we had a moderate or level 4 risk for us, which is the very high. It's still in effect for the eastern part of our area, but you can see we're waiting for the main cold front to come through. That's the only thing. I would give everybody the all clear, and we really are clear from the worst of the severe, but we're not completely clear from maybe a strong wind gust with the front. And I'll explain here in a minute, but let me show you the current warnings, because we still have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for parts of our area. It mainly just to the east. It just barely clips parts of Stanley County, but again, that's pushing towards central North Carolina. To the south, we just got good old-fashioned rain, heavy rain at that in a few spots, especially from the Midlands back up towards the Charlotte area. Actually, we could use this rain. This is going to be good rain. So some of you are getting some beneficial rainfall right now as this is pushing in. But here's the thing. I'm going to go back to the west. The cold front itself is still back in this area. This is snow. Yes, that is snow falling across areas of northern Alabama, Tennessee, even down to Mississippi. So until the cold front gets here, we might see another very narrow band of showers. I would call them gusty showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder that could produce some gusty winds. So we don't want to let your guard down just yet. But the tornado risk, I think, for the most part, is not going to be part of that line. So let's zoom in on these areas. We'll kind of highlight the areas that we're focusing in right now. We'll show you the velocity data here. It's been coming and going. This was that line. Look at this. Move through Albemarle and Stanley County. Boy, we probably had 60-mile-per-hour winds with that, maybe slightly higher as that was pushing off to these. I'll back it up here. Right there is when we got the tornado warnings, and it was just outside of Albemarle. Albemarle got hit, and then the tornado warning came out, clipped a small section there of Stanley County. But again, that wind is now exiting. You can see almost completely out of the area. I'll look at the velocity data from the Raleigh office, and you can see now this is all heading towards central and eastern North Carolina. So for folks watching on the stream from central North Carolina, eastern North Carolina, you're not out of the woods yet. It's still going to be a while before you see the end of this. But let me widen this out and we'll show you the satellite and radar together here because we'll highlight where the front is. I actually can show you. We'll draw the front on here. That's where the cold front is. So what produced the showers and thunderstorms this morning is something we call a prefrontal trough. It's basically when the storms kind of outrun the front a little bit and there's a kind of a weak convergent zone. This is tend to be where we see most of our strong storms. But see the front back here? There's going to be a lull. So there's a possibility this afternoon as this arrives during the heating of the day, nothing like we're seeing now, certainly not at all. But I wouldn't be shocked to see a narrow band of thunder showers, we'll call them, kind of develop along that front. And as that moves in, it could produce gusty winds. Because remember, this front is going to have winds just by itself. Even if it was a clear day and this front was coming in, it's so cold behind this that cold air advection, we call it, would definitely bring us some pretty potent conditions. Let's quickly look at our storm reports because we've got a ton of them out there. Mostly all wind damage reports. And the one that catches my eye is the one that started here with the tornado warning because it doesn't look like a damage path. I don't want to call it a damage path yet because we don't know, but it does line up almost exactly right here with a cell, or at least a little, what we call a couplet that showed up on the line as it moved across Mecklenburg County and then moved all the way out towards the Troy area. So we'll see if there's any surveys done. We do have some damage reports coming out of the central city area. Wind gusts to 50 to 60 miles per hour. I had power lines down in uptown Charlotte. And I got a great picture from a viewer. Thank you guys so much for sending them in of what was clearly a wall cloud in NODA as this moved through, and there was some weak rotation detected in that cell. That was the rotation that Chris and I were watching closely. In fact, we saw the rotation back in this area right here. We started tracking it, and then when it got here, that's when the warning was triggered. But we could kind of see that rotation was happening almost in real time. So kind of widen this out one more time here and kind of look at this off to the east. So you can see those nasty storms moving out east. We have a pretty good view of this on our Anson County camera. I'm going to try to bring it up real quickly just to show you that storm. There it is right there. So I'll get out of the way, block it there, but that's a pretty good looking shelf cloud. You see the Uwharrie Mountains out there, National Forest. Definitely some gusty winds there. That's probably what this is going to transition to as it pushes east. But anytime we see that, that shelf cloud, we can sometimes on the leading edge of it get a quick spin up. These are very kind of typical tornado setups here in North Carolina because we tend to see these fast moving, what we call QLCS lines that have embedded rotations in them. They spin up so quickly by the time they show up on radar, they've already done their thing. But you can see that line. This is in Lylesville in Anson County. So we're looking kind of north-northeast. And that line is actually pushing towards the Sandhills. So areas north of Pinehurst, Southern Pines, up towards Ashboro, those areas, all in central North Carolina. That's kind of the area we're going to be watching probably for the rest of the afternoon. And for our friends up in the Greensboro area, we do have a couple tornado warnings still north of town heading up into Virginia. So that leading edge is going to be a real deal. And as it pushes east, we're likely going to see probably several more warnings back in that area. So Chris Mulcahy and I have been tracking this all morning long. Majestic's been here. We've really started early this morning when the storms came in. And Chris, that first warning popped up. And it's kind of interesting. It was hard to tell on radar where the circulation was. But when you look at the damage reports, Chris, as I'm losing my voice already, that's a bad sign. There seems to be some kind of track like of damage from where that cell moved from the upstate all the way to Albemarle.
Yeah, so the very first tornado warning that Brad is talking about was physically just barely clipped into Cleveland County. So that's where we were first live on air. And honestly, I was like, oh man, there's not really too much going on here. But what you noticed was that there was a sizable difference really just with these little twists that are along the line. So I think it happened so fast, and once the actual tornado warning was issued, that they were so embedded in there that there could have been a tornado wrapped in the rain, which oddly we saw a decent amount of clearing than what we usually do. So we had some really great images, such as what we were just showing with the shelf cloud. We've seen a couple of wall clouds as well. And then Brad received one of those from a viewer. Hey, I'm looking for your photos. I have a lot of comments, but the thing is, a lot of people had just commented, I wasn't able to get a picture because it was so fast. And that was the thing. It was flying by. But here's exactly what Brad is talking about. So this close to Gaffney. And I have to say, when we were cutting in for our very first tornado warning, that looked to be the most significant rotation that we were seeing there. It was a little muddled up. It was really tough to see. But part of a building, a metal roof was torn from it. That is usually a surefire match that it was most likely some sort of rotation or a tornado quickly dropping down. Now, straight line winds can do that. So we don't have enough evidence to really say that. But it's really interesting that you had the tornado warning and then suddenly you had a few of those pop-up storm reports. We also had another feature. These two right here, just south of Forest City, there's a few trees down and also some power lines down as well. I think that's a separate setup, but here's what Brad is talking about. If you draw a direct line from it, and we actually got a new storm report that just filed in, so I'll click on that here in 1 second, but if you connect these, they go right through it. And what's really interesting is you can take actually a step further, is where did we have our last tornado warning? Interesting enough, it was also over near Albemarle, and it was the eastern side of Stanley County, which again lines up, and I can continue this arrow. Look at that other storm report that just came through. So sometimes you can have the right rotation all in the same line, and even though it's not consistent, not saying this is a long track tornado, but it's constantly firing up and dropping down. And I think that's exactly what we saw. So the most recent report over here in Baden. I've actually never said this in my 8 years here, but eastern Stanley County, east of Albemarle, Baden, I think Baden. That's at 10:32, so that was right around the time that we first had the tornado warning drop for literally the 2.7 miles in eastern Stanley County. That's why we didn't cut into our program. But what's interesting is I now have another report for power outages and utility lines down. following this line, as we were mentioning, more and more clues are following that little couplet that we were seeing right around Brookshire Boulevard, seeing certified evidence now here in Belmont, the western side of Charlotte, and then this new report here in the little further south of Uptown. We have a large tree that was reported down. Also to the north, there was power lines that were down. It's really interesting that if you connect all of our tornado warnings, we had one that was south of Cleveland County, one that was in Mecklenburg County pushing to Cabarrus County, and then one that continued in the eastern side of Stanley County. All those are directly connected in a straight line, Brad. So coincidence?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
It's always interesting, Chris. As you mentioned, we always plead with people that give us reports. They tend to filter in late. You're seeing them fill in, which thank you. This will actually help us go back and verify, and it could actually prompt a storm survey, a damage survey from the National Weather Service. So I would not be shocked, Chris, if we see a damage survey, because with that line of reports, tells you something went through there, whether it's straight line or tornado. And remember, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it was rotating or straight line. Wind is wind, guys. It's going to cause damage, so potentially there. So we're watching this cell. You can see the Uwharrie Mountains there off in the distance there. That's actually looking from Anson County northeast. Pretty good shelf cloud looking. We always look for low lowerings there. A lowering in of itself isn't a big deal, but if we start to see rotation in there, then we're going to watch that carefully. But we have a pretty good view of this storm because we're still ahead of the main rain. But let's bring back up Weather 1, guys, because I want to show you. I actually was able, thanks, Chris, for talking for a little bit. I was able to bring in some of the pictures we got from the NODA area. So I'm going to quickly show you the wall cloud we got from Carter Greenwood. Ooh. He sent this in. So this was when Chris and I were watching this. We literally said NODA. I think we said Optimus Hall. We were all tracking this like Camp North End. It was actually kind of in that area. That was a legit wall cloud. And then, hopefully this plays, I'll play it out. He sent me a video, which is actually of a time lapse. So we'll let it replay here of that same cell. So I want you to watch. Now it's sped up. If you look carefully right here, there's some weak counterclockwise rotation. Never looked like it dropped down all the way, but look at that.
Whoa, there it is.
Again, this is a time lapse, so it looks a little more dramatic, but in real time, he obviously knew what he was looking at and aimed it at the right direction. But Chris, certainly looked like that was that couplet that we saw on the terminal Doppler.
And we saw one in the Monroe camera that was trying to do that.
I mean, look at that.
Kannapolis, no, that's definitive. And and oftentimes, Brad, people don't realize that sometimes you can have tornadic winds.
Yes.
But you don't see it. Because you don't see wind, but what people think about is like, well, it's not white or black. No, the only thing that a tornado that you see is the condensation that comes down from a cloud or the physical dust that gets picked up. So there's a chance that there were still rotating winds underneath that we are seeing a lot of that damage. So we are now seeing pure signs, and oftentimes once the storm system passes, it really is a puzzle piece, and that's what the National Weather Service is likely going to do, that there's enough evidence that we're seeing from that image, the rotation, the storm damage connecting this line, because again, it's very seldom that you have 3 tornado warnings, all of them connect, and there's also some connections for a ribbon up here, but they're really going to start to fill in. And Brad, I think so, especially here. And you can rest your voice. I was just mentioning your name. I think that there's going to be a lot of yellows.
Chris, I don't want to interrupt you, but
go ahead.
I'm going to try to pull this out. So remember when we were tracking this through Atondo?
Yeah.
I actually got a damage report of a roof ripped off. Ooh. And I have a picture. So I'm going to try to turn this around, but I don't want to interrupt you because
no, go for it.
That was exactly, remember on the radar, it went over Atondo. I remember exactly tracking it. So I'm going to throw this up here in a second. I'll try to turn around. But there definitely was damage here. JJ, thanks so much for sending me this. It is a manufacturing structure of some kind. The roof is inside and I can see sky. So the roof was ripped off this building. So I'm going to try to turn this around real quickly. But I wanted to tell you real quick, Chris, this is another piece of that puzzle you were talking about in the exact same area, North Charlotte.
Yeah, and this is interesting. This is just kind of the weather nerds geeking out about that. But yeah, and this line, all I literally did was I connected the damage report south of Cleveland County and put it through the damage report that we have from that tornado warning that exited Stanley County. So south of Cleveland, northern Stanley County, and just connected the two. And what do you know? You had a storm system that really started over, it was Brookshire and Lawton, and then you notice underneath here, now it's not perfect because it's a line, this is a Tondo Junction. There's a Tondo Ave. So all this really lines up, and I think that this might be a correlation damage report, because sometimes when you zoom in, you have a better idea exactly where everything is. So check this one out. That one, that's where the power lines were down.
Okay.
So now you have, and that's 946, power lines down. Similar area off of Tondo, you had the roof that was blown off, and there was pieces of a roof blown off back here as well. Yeah, it's all correlating, because truly, when that tornado warning first began, that's where it was most impressive. And then it was back off towards the east. I think a lot of the damage that you might see, say from Georgeville to Harrisburg, I think that's mainly going to be damaging straight line winds.
Yeah.
The way things are starting to reorganize. But yeah, no, we had it through, which you never like to see, the most densely populated area is where we had this. And Brad, it's really interesting because it kind of goes against the science of it all. So many times that you have this area, Mecklenburg County over to Gaston, is where we have those constant little, sometimes gustnados, smaller tornadoes that pop up compared to some of the wide open areas that you typically see over in the Raleigh area. This image, is that it where you're talking about, the down tree, or is that from before? That's near Freedom Park. Okay, so this is near Freedom Park. Now it's all coming together, right? So at this point, we were seeing multiple little dots, or let's call it couplets, it's a technical name, that was on our velocity scope. So if this is near Freedom Park, that would be well south of where we were reporting. Just because it wasn't there, you still had the leading edge here. So oftentimes, these larger trees, does it look like it's snapped here? Because James, you just brought this up. Or does it look like it's uprooted? It's tough to see here. Oh yeah, no, so the tree fell over. I was trying to see what the base of the tree, because sometimes trees are rotted and you have no idea. I actually had a top of my tree come down because this split really easily. Yeah, so that doesn't look like a healthy tree just from first glance. I'm just letting you know. This is also a testament that I want everyone to do here. If you were unscathed by the winds, and there's still a chance that we're going to have winds on the back side of this, make sure to assess what trees are alive or not. This one's okay, but one thing that's really a big sign here is look towards the house. Notice how the leaves, but then we have a lot of branches that don't have much going on. This is also still a fresh growth, so don't get me, we can only decipher so much, but these taller trees sometimes are ready to go anyways, but these were strong enough winds that it took down the house, and this is what makes it most dangerous. Most of the deaths that come from a tornado or straight line winds are from falling trees or injuries in general, but we are happy to say there are no injuries that were reported with this. So that one is now Freedom Park. Data starting to line up. We have, there was some roof damage in Tondo. We had power lines that were down as well. We also had some power lines that were reported and some power outages that were over in Belmont. As of right now, I'm not really seeing a tremendous amount of power outages. Here, I'm gonna look real quickly. North Carolina right now has actually 11,800 customers that are currently without. Nothing that's astronomical, about 865 in Gaston County. We do have 3,900 customers that are currently without power here in Mecklenburg County. And this is all correlated, where Brad is about to show you.
Yeah.
We had some down power lines that were associated with that. And let me see, we have Polk County that has 846. But so nothing major as far as power outages go, but I think definitely that little couplet that moved through, that it is all interconnected. So right around Belmont and then around Tondo and then a little bit further to the south as well.
Yeah, I'm getting more pictures from that Tondo area. JJ, thanks. Maybe he's watching us because he just flooded me with a whole bunch more.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it
I
now.
would tell you with almost 99% certainty we had a tornado touchdown in this area, because this was the roof of their building ripped off. He's sending me other pictures where, Chris, you know this very well, tops of trees kind of sheared off.
Yep.
It looks like tornado damage. And then a lot of sheet metal wrapped around fences and a big pallet stack blown over. So in this general area, which lines up exactly with where we were tracking, Chris, where that couplet is. And we just got word that the Weather Service has seen enough of this now that they're going to send a crew up to Charlotte to do a damage survey. But I will tell you, just based on the damage from the Tondo area that I just got from JJ, that I would say that's EF0 ish, maybe EF, we'll see, but I'd say EF0 tornado damage, maybe slightly EF1. Not sure about this structure building because that's how tornadoes are rated, by the way. It's the damage they cause, and you got to know a little bit of engineering is involved in this. So depending on the structure and how this roof was built, that would help determine the wind speed. But when you have a roof ripped off, even a building like this with sheet metal coming off, you probably had high-end EF0 or low-end EF1 damage. And looking at the tree damage in particular, I could tell that a tornado clipped that area. And Chris, it is really interesting. I think we'll probably get more reports because at the time this was occurring, as we mentioned on air and online, you couldn't see this because it was wrapped in rain. So probably what happened is people went out after the rain moved out and go, oh, look at this damage that we're seeing. They probably never saw the tornado. It just looked like a wall of water coming through that area.
Yeah, and I'm visibly seeing the pictures that you put in. And here, if we can go over the weather too, I want to bring up something. So Brad brought up the degree of damage. So this is what the National Weather Service can go through. And the one that I could quickly grab was transmission lines because we had some power outages as well. So first off, the base of an EF scale, so here it is. You know that we're here to raise your weather IQ, right? 65 to 85 miles per hour is an EF0. 86 to 110 is an EF1. By the way, it's technically EF2 that you mainly see cars lifted. At midpoint, right around 100 miles per hour, I've seen cars physically lifted from their parking spot and moved a space over. So that's still a possibility whenever you have something of that magnitude. But the clues that the National Weather Service is going to look at is likely the tree damage, this roof damage, but when there's some visible damage to power lines, oftentimes it's low end about 70 miles per hour, high end 98. So that puts us right smack dab into that EF scale. Also, if you look a little bit deeper, some of the metal sheeting is usually around the similar range. So it might be an upper end EF0. And you might say, I was like, oh, okay, that's no big deal. Well, if we're talking about the sustained winds at 70 to 85 miles per hour, you'd be like, oh man, that's drastic. Just because it was so isolated doesn't really diminish it because we also had those gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour that were widespread across that. We didn't get to the point that there was broken wood cross or anything like that, which has an upper bound heading into EF2 categories, but that's kind of the hints that we're looking at. Meanwhile, kind of just like a little proof of concept, this morning I kind of had our tornado window. At one point I had to open it up a little bit early. I was like, oh man, things are happening. But the Charlotte area was about 9 to noon. I said, oh, temper could be a little bit earlier. This exceeded my expectations. For one, it was just constant updates that we had to do, and we do something called grid adjust, trying to adjust where the precipitation eventually is going to be, and we had to keep on changing it because of how fast this storm system went. All right, now what's happening right now as we're gathering more data in general, as we're finding more of the clues. The good news is we're not all clear, but the worst of it, I think, is clear, but the rain is going to be really consistent. So many times you can have a system like this that races through, and then you have some rain behind it, and then you're good. Sunshine always follows rain. My grandma said that was one of my favorite sayings. But this time, you have a really thick band of what's called stratiform precipitation. And Majestic was talking about this earlier. What we're really kind of worried about is the second redevelopment of the cold front. So you're physically just seeing the trough that pushes through. The worst of the weather is now pushing off towards the east. We have no active severe thunderstorm warnings for our area, mainly just to see some gentle rain. So boy, did we really dodge a bullet down to the southeast. What kind of happened here, most of the energy was to the north. Sometimes you can almost strip energy away from the southern cells, and then the rain took over and it kind of ate up a lot of that instability. Not complaining about it. However, it's this leading edge that's approaching around Bennettsville. Shout out to Lisa Washington, that's where she's from. That's where I think you see some redevelopments getting a little bit closer to Fayetteville, who have actually seen a solid lull. Some sunshine has been happening there. And down towards the south and west, we actually are seeing a little bit of clearing. So I don't think you're going to see round 2 tornado chances. I think that has sailed. I think if you have anything, it could be potentially some damaging straight line winds, but the backside of this, the fact that we're talking about snow is absolutely crazy. You have snow that's widespread around just east of Nashville. We've had active snow reports that are happening in Alabama, and I saw a lot of the snow reports for Alabama that was like, oh, maybe a chance for a flurry. Well, I'm just letting you know, more than flurries that are coming from this system right now. And as for our North Carolina mountains, we're not trying to disband what exactly we're going to see there. It's just that this was such a big focal point. But this is just a testament about how strong and how drastic of a change this is. We are expecting that snow to accumulate. I really think it's more of a dusting to a coating below 3,000 feet. Closer to Boone, I think you might have up to an inch, but it's really the 1 to 3 mark that's above 3,500 feet. The further you go up the mountains, they're just trying to hold on to any sort of ski season. So just letting you know, the backside of this thing still going to have some gusty winds, I think, overall. We're tracking that, and also continue to keep us updated. Keep Brad updated, Majestic, myself, any sort of damage that you have, because that can really piece together the clues that we potentially are seeing. Where Brad has been, while I've been talking, trying to find all the different pictures that really key the potential tornado that we had here around Atondo.
Yeah, I got these in. I started adding more in. So this is all from the general location. JJ, thank you so much. You see the roof ripped off the building. Looks like part of the roof got put on his truck there. It looks like a manufacturing. There's some other damaged areas there. The trees, Chris, this I mentioned about. So this came through and ripped the tops of these trees off. You can see that's what they look like. This one had the top completely shredded off. So this all looks like tornado damage to me, and the Weather Service is going to send somebody out this way. So we're also getting reports around the Sedgefield area, Freedom Park. I mean, everything, as Chris mentioned too, this lines up. There's like a damaged path, and it lines up exactly with that couplet that we saw earlier. So I'm not going to be shocked if we end up with the EF0, maybe borderline EF1. Again, the damage survey is all about looking at this damage and the type of structures these are. But clearly this warehouse has got water in there now, and so this is significant damage for this company over there in Atondo. So if you do have damage reports, please pass them along to us. I'll give them to the Weather Service so they know where to go to check this out, because they're probably going to be up here. I don't know if they're coming up today or tomorrow. I didn't even look. Doesn't say when they're going to be up here, but they're probably going to be up this way either later tonight or probably first thing tomorrow morning at some point. So the more information that we can give them to tell them where to go and look, and Charlotte Mecklenburg Emergency Management will give them some great tools as well. Also, if you do see damage, please stay away from down power lines. Assume they're all active and live. Call Duke Power immediately. Do not try to go near there, and please be safe around this debris. There's usually broken glass, nails, things that can cut you and cause injury as well. We don't want to see injuries after the fact, because it was bad enough when the storm moved through, and sometimes we do see injuries afterwards because the debris and the cleanup and things could be falling and stuff like that. So we'll keep an eye on the threat. The worst of it is over for now, but we could see that secondary line. We'll talk more about that coming up at 11:30 and when Majestic joins you for midday. So back to you, Jane.
Brad Panovich, Chris Mulcahy, thanks for keeping us updated on the severe weather that is passing our area right now. We've had a lot of folks impacted with weather, with this weather, including power outages. Taking a look at the Duke power outage map right now, we do know that Mecklenburg County has about 2,200 customers without power, but that number was up over 4,000, so they're quickly restoring power in some of the areas there through Meck County. Some of our other outlying counties are also dealing with some power outages, but in the dozens, if not only a few power outages. So hopefully a sign of progress to come. We will continue to keep you updated with the closures, as the power outages, as well as the ground stop happening at Charlotte Douglas. In the meantime, we're going to get ready for Charlotte Midday at 11:30. We thank you for joining us on Live Impact News.